Bienvenido, power bottoms. Fuck, is my mic muted? I hope it's not. Hello. Hi. Welcome. How is everybody doing? Well, actually, let me start up the game. I don't stream from my computer very often, so y'all are gonna have to tell me what the audio sounds like. Or if it decides to capture it all. There it goes. So, yes, Kyle with an N, we are, in fact, popping big bottles and big pussies. I have, a wonderful glass, or a wonderful bottle of champagne that I am pouring incorrectly. Because, you know, it's a wonderful day to celebrate. Actually, this is actually really loud for me, so I'm gonna turn it down just a lot of bit. Like about yay. That's fine, right? This is supposed to be chill lo-fi content, right? So you know, everybody's chill. I'm here in my robe and my new Critical Role jammies. So let's have a nice chill time. So I think I'm just gonna turn my computer audio down just a little bit as well. Well, I'm sure we'll have something for you too in this stream, Dom. So this is Werewolf the Apocalypse: Heart of the Forest. It is a choose your own adventure by Different Tales. I think they've made a few World of Darkness stuff, but this is, as far as I know, the first video game that was made with the Werewolf the Apocalypse title. It's not new. I have won it before on stream. It's just not out regularly. It's my bathrobe. So, this is a choose your own adventure. I have played this before. I could we could all talk about the decisions that we're making. I can explain what I think that they're trying to do and everything, or I could just play through this again. I don't particularly care. It does. But there's a couple of other things that need to go on, or that I need to talk about first. Number one, content warning for this game. It's Werewolf the Apocalypse, so they talk about the real world a little bit. Not really, as far as I know, any major events, but major themes of Werewolf the Apocalypse are political corruption, especially as it relates to the environment. There's a little bit of xenophobia, fun stuff. I have seen the F slur be used, although not in a homophobic, not in a directly homophobic way. My bad, dude. So content warnings for that game. You know, it's White Wolf. What do you expect? A couple of other things. Today is the Extra Life Day of Gaming. I will have a timer going around. She does have one bar of the. She's also licking her paw. I think she like skinned her paw a little bit, and she's not feeling too good on it. Poor thing. She also had a bath today, so she deserves all of your sympathy. Today's Extra Life. I'll have a link going on. I didn't want to do a big Extra Life thing because I didn't think about it, and I'm probably not going to be sober enough at the end of this to actually do anything meaningful with Extra Life. But if you do donate, if you do tip, cyberwolf1201.live/tip, at the end of this stream, I will be sending all the donos that, if y'all decide to donate, I'll be sending all of that to the Open for Adventure Extra Life link that they'll be doing. We'll also be rating Open for Adventure at the end of the stream, because they're doing a 24-hour charity stream that should end an hour after we stream. So that's cool, right? I just did not prepare for this. Yeah, we'll be doing our own charity thing at the beginning of next month for Hyrule Warriors. So stay hyped for that. Anyway, let's start. Also, I have played this game before. Prologue. Premonition. Thank you. We are sipping on champagne. Yeah, I went to the store and I bought a $7 bottle of champagne. Because that's exactly how fancy I am. We are. Okay. So let's start off with this. This is a game about rage. Werewolf is a game about rage and how it helps us do things. How angry are we? How big mad? Are we always angry? Do we prefer to think? I'm okay with anger when it's useful. That's my secret cap. I'm always raging. I'm angry. So, you're the critical and analytical type. That's okay. There is no right path here, just your decisions and their consequences. I think this is just to, like, put that extra layer of how angry are we. Let's start already. I get it. We picked 2 last time, so we're a little bit analytical. Oh no, the consequences. The woods are full of stars. They flicker, come closer, run away. They want me to chase them to play hide and seek. What's wrong? Yep. Do we hunt? I hunt, I observe, I hide. If we're being sort of analytical, we should probably, just observe, just look. So we're a little bit inspiring. Thank you so much for subbing, Deadman. What do I have on my head? Oh, it's a little elf. No. It is November. We do not need to do that shit yet. They flicker, come closer, run away. They want me to chase them to play hide and seek. I watch as they dance around the tree trunks, float up on the gusts of wind that shiver through the branches, disappear among the leaves. There are words in the dance, but I don't understand them. Not yet. Then they bunch up and fly toward me like an arrow. Where are you going? Where are you going, lady? Lay down. Rushing down, they're soon upon me. But just before the spear of light pierces my breast, they disappear and the dark of night returns. Since we have balanced rage, in the darkness I feel the tangled roots of stories keeping the forest alive, and I hear the spirits asking me to judge the enemy. I open my eyes, and then I wake up. Confused, I open my eyes. The forest around me is thick, dark, and reeks of decay, to such an extent that it's hard to breathe. So the choices of this are kind of weird. They're not always, like, conscious choices. They're more like, how do we as the audience see the story going? So, how, what's going through us? Is it like this decay smell? Is it interesting? Are we more concerned with the fact that we recognize this force, or are we more concerned about, like, why are we here? Stuff like this will happen a while, where, like, we have to decide how other characters feel about us, which is kind of weird. I'm interested in the trees. Lady has left the room, I'm sorry. I guess we're interested in the smell. We like the smelly smell that smells smelly. The smell, both fascinating and repulsive, is everywhere. A memory starts to deep in my mind, something elusive from my earliest childhood. The tree trunks, wrapped tightly in dark-leaved ivy, are covered in ripples of lichen where the vines haven't taken hold. The thorny, leafless bushes at their base are overrun with nettles. The fungi radiate with a ghoulish, sickly green light. Dark, sponge-like mushrooms cling to the fallen trees. I try to breathe. I'm cold. Something is rotten. Rotten! It's rotten! I can't shake the feeling that something died nearby. I look down and see my hands covered in a dark substance. I'm naked. A sticky, glistening form of liquid is clinging to my skin. I can feel it on my face, in my hair. Blood. What's happening? This can't be real. I am alert. Oh my. Yes, we're naked. There is blood all over me. You can bet the fuck I'm alert. That has increased our spirituality. Nature is never quiet. The leaves rustle in the wind. Small creatures scuttle in the undergrowth. There's a whisper. I don't understand what it means, but the word resonates in my head. Garu. Who said that? There is a severed head right in front of me. Okay. So this decision is introducing us to the two resources that we have. Both of them have to deal with our psyche. Willpower and rage. we will need to spend these in order to get more information or to have more control over the scenes that we're going to be going through. The more rage we spend, I mean, that's you know, channeling our anger into every situation. The more willpower, we have, the more, excuse me, the more we'll be able to control like how we react to things. But if we keep spending our willpower and we run out of that, then we're just not going to have control of the scenes. Overcoming my disgust, I gently touch its wet hair and watch as the head topples over. The face is contorted, its eyes bulging, the mouth open as though the head were still struggling for air. I balk because I recognize who it is. Then my eyes open in the darkness. Do we know who it is, and is it the enemy? Or are we, who is it? Hoomst. Who is it? I can see their silhouettes. Shades of jet black against the darkness. They smell of fur and moss and bloodied earth. Massive creatures, some with horns, some with antlers. Their eyes burn like small, fiery windows into hell. I look at them and something wakes inside of me. Sadness or panic? Thank you. Panic in the Pushka. Actually, I probably am going to need to look up pronunciation for Polish words through this. I get up and start to run. I catch my foot on a gnarled root and fall over. The branches reach out for me, wrapping their thorny limbs around my legs. I struggle and fall face first into the ground. The moss covers my face and pushes itself into my open mouth, choking me. In a moment of clarity, I almost understand what the forest wants from me. And then I wake up. Again. Chapter 1. Arrival. So, that was a neat little dream sequence, right? What did it mean? Did it mean anything? Hi, Word Fangirl. Thank you, everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Maya? Maya! Maya, wake up! I jerked upright, irritated. My neck was stiff and the movement sent a sudden, sharp wave of discomfort through my body. I wasn't in the forest anymore. I was in a bus. The sun, streaming through the windows, was making it hard to see. The girl next to me was touching my shoulder, disturbed. Hi, everybody. We're playing Werewolf. We are in the world of darkness, which is the real world but more fucked up. And well, apparently we're this girl, Maya, who has nightmares about bloody forests. So, we can ask what happened, but that will spend our 1 willpower. And we probably won't have a lot of control over how the rest of the narrative moves. Because we have high rage. we can push her away and not lose willpower. So managing our rage and our willpower as we go through the story is definitely going to affect how things happen. How many spoons do we have? So we can either spend that now, or we can push our friend away. We're gonna push him. Push him. Also, by the way, number one, I just turned on the closed captioning, so hopefully that's working. Number two, I have greatly lowered the cost of all the sound alerts. Because $1 to play a half-second clip of audio doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Thank you, Ikyu. Do we want to push her away? Do we want to start off being an asshole? Do we want to be an asshole to our friends? Lady, please don't lick your paw. Spend the willpower. Okay, so we're gonna spend the willpower. So our friend Anya is gonna be sympathetic toward us. Overcoming the urge to push her away was hard. She looked at me concerned. You had a bad dream. The memory of the wet earth clogging my mouth was still there. I fought the urge to retch. Do we like Anya? Is Anya a good person? Do we like her? Or do we just, you know, take in the scenery?
Oh, it's fine.
It's fine.
We're gods.
I choose happiness. What is happiness? Seems vague. So, I think we should be nice to Anya. So let's be nice to Anya. Glad I wasn't alone. Thank you for coming with me, I said. The girl next to me smiled. I think we're almost there. Her name was Anya. We'd met a couple of weeks earlier on the orientation day. JD lady, thank you so much for resubbing. Welcome back. For 24 months, that's 2 whole years. I got a dinosaur head. Rawr. I'm scary. Stolen safety. Thank you for following. Welcome to the couch. Her name was Anya. We'd met a couple of weeks before on the orientation day. She was from Norway. A tall, broad-shouldered, calm person who wore her long hair in braids. Somehow, I'd managed to talk her into this crazy field trip across the land of my ancestors. So, because we were nice to her, we can learn more about her if we go through She Seems Excited, or we can just, you know, put more background information there. There's not all... The choices in this game don't make a lot of sense. They're not always active choices that we would make. They're just what happened. What was going on. So do we want lore about why we're here, or do we want lore about her? 9 times out of 10, it's... 9 times out of 10, whenever we open, like, a path like this, I'm gonna want to go to it. So, friend lore. Anya reached into her backpack and took out 2 apples. I'm really happy we decided to come here, she said. Yeah, I said, offering some of my kabanosi. There's a lot of Polish words in here that I don't know. So actually... Well, that's not on... Kabanoshi. Something like that. Okay. Dried, meaty sausages that were so much better than the original Polish ones back in the US. I was glad Anya had decided to come with me. I had problems keeping friends around, and I really needed one. I did some searching, she said from over her phone, and this place is amazing. The last primordial forest in Europe. Sure was one idea. Our summer language course was starting in a few weeks, and I managed to talk Anya into skipping the tours of concentration camps and old churches and visiting... What? Give me 1 second. Białowieża National Park with me instead. So far, it's beautiful, she said, her eyes smiling, but why are we here again? Good question. Why were we there? There being Białowieża, a small village in northeast Poland on the border with Belarus. It was famous for its national park, the very last European bison, and according to a quick web search, occasional tensions between far-right troublemakers and the local Belarusian community. The most honest answer would have been because I've been dreaming about the forest in Białowieża since I can remember, but people don't understand when I say things like that. I looked her in the eyes. I cannot tell her everything. Fucking cheese plate has been made. So I can't be completely open with her because we have spent that willpower. This is going to be annoying all throughout this run. I have so I've played this game once all the way through before, and I completely fucked everything up. It was great. Mostly because I kept spending my willpower trying to be nice. So, how much do we tell her? Do we tell her little? Do we tell her very little? Where you going, lady? You wanna lay down? Champagne has been poured. Ooh. Cheers to that. We want to be open with this person. I looked her in the eyes. I wanted to see the forest. I heard it was a must. That wasn't technically a lie. When I was little, my grandfather told me stories about an ancient forest full of wonders and the wolves that lived in it. It was all I got from that part of the family before my mom took me, ran away, and cut off all contact with my dad. But I remember the stories well, and I remember the name of the forest.
Puszcza Białowieska.
Puszcza Białowieża. Oh my god. I'm trying. I'm trying, everybody. This will always be our home, my grandfather used to say. Polish is hard. So. I'll talk about the lore the next time we have a choice, and I'll wait for her to respond. Anya fell silent for a moment. because she's sympathetic, we have more stuff. I think it's great that you came from such a magical place, she smiled. The last ancient forest in Europe. Thousands of years old. I wasn't sure if I was fond of that magic, but it was hard to ignore. That was precisely why I needed to do something. Anything about my future, that damn forest, and my weird-ass family. I had a clear goal in mind. I wasn't there by mistake. I planned this trip for months with a clear goal in mind. So, this is where we set our goal. Every time we do things that benefit that goal, we will get willpower, which is going to be great. So, we're talking about our family, right? And how we used to come from here, and how our mom cut off contact with our dad and everything, and how our grandpa told us stories about this forest and everything. Werewolves in the World of Darkness are genetic. Like, it's a genetic thing. So werewolves are, like, if your father was a werewolf, there's pretty good, there's a chance that you would be a werewolf. But if two humans bang, they're not gonna, neither them or their kids are ever gonna be a werewolf in their life, ever. Clearly, our character is going to be a werewolf. It would be a pretty stupid game if that didn't happen. Yeah. Thank you for, oh my god. EJ the Grey, thank you so much for making me a squid face. So no, it is not a bitey thing. Yeah, it's when a werewolf and a human when a mommy werewolf and a daddy human love each other very much, sometimes their kids are werewolves, sometimes they're not. Also, whenever a mommy wolf and a daddy werewolf like each other very much, their kids can also be werewolves, but they could also just be wolves. Whenever a mommy werewolf and a daddy werewolf love each other very much, they break a whole bunch of tribal laws because that's basically incest, and your kids turn out really fucked up. Gothy, thank you so much for gifting subs. To Word, just one sub to Word Fangirl. So what's our goal? Do we want to learn about the forest? Do we want to learn about our roots, or do we want to answer that age-old question, why am I here? Face that forest. We gotta go see the trees. My dreams, my grandfather's stories, the fact that my family was from there, there were just too many coincidences. The forest wanted something from me, and it was time to find out what. I never was one to sit idly by as things happened to me. Find the Lorax. Okay. So our condition is impaired because we have no willpower. Bialowasia looked like an overexposed photo of a village with the contrast turned all the way up. The sun wasn't just shining, it was shouting at the earth, and everything, the trees, the grass, the wooden houses, the fences, seemed weathered. Everything except the shadows, they were sharp, as though they were freshly printed with the darkest of inks, and they moved. For a second I could have sworn they moved, but then I realized it was just a black cat walking down the sidewalk, and it saw me. When it saw me, it stopped in its tracks. Do we try to pet the kitty? Or ignore the kitty? Are we nice to cats? Can we pet the cat? Can we pet the cat? Pet, 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 pet. Here, kitty kitty, I said, squatting and reaching toward the cat. In a flash, it swatted my hand away with its paw, drawing a few drops of blood. I yelped. Hey, Mia? Or Maya? Anya said, looking at me, surprised. Didn't you say your friend would be waiting for us? But he wasn't there, and the cat was still staring at me. Let's go. Anya put on her backpack. I'm tired, and I really, really need to find a toilet. I didn't know what to do. I was too tired and distracted to think clearly. My friend was nowhere in sight. Do we storm off, or do we try to stay because the meeting with our friend who knows this town is too important? Everything looks like a Mike Mignola piece, basically. So, got our lovely self, I think. And, Anya. But all of it is pretty much just a whole bunch of overlays of different scenes. We gotta meet our guy. We can't storm off. Let's wait a little longer, I said. I don't have his number and we really need to meet up with him. His name was Bartek. I met him online while researching Waluasia. The man knew everything there was to know about local history. I asked him to look around for local stories about the forest. I hope he's found something. I really need to pee. I said it like I was a 5-year-old, and not a very bright one. I wasn't going anywhere. I made my best puppy dog eyes, or do we cave? Let's be a good friend. Making our not going anywhere, make puppy dog eyes. We're caving. Be a good friend. What do we do? How do be good friend? I'm seriously asking because I'm an asshole. We have to be a simp. Let's wait just a few more minutes, please. Pretty please. I made my best puppy dog eyes. It's important. Anya just looked at me and walked away. I grabbed my backpack and timidly followed her. Too tired to argue. Yeah, because we had 0 willpower, we couldn't wait on him. It wasn't gonna work. Waluasia had a few hotels and hostels, but the preferred form of accommodation was bed and breakfast, so that's where we stayed. I found one that was nice, clean, and that had good reviews. We had a room on the 2nd floor with a huge window and a great view of the forest. We dropped off our stuff and freshened up a bit. Maybe we shouldn't have waited for your friend? Anya asked, concerned. I shrugged. I'll find him sooner or later. Before you go, so we do have a character sheet. I'm probably not going to be looking at it, but hey, we're an American student, age 24. As we keep doing things, it'll fill out our personality, and it will also fill in other things that I will be able to actually talk about. It really is. Like, not having willpower in this game is honestly the worst. That's why in the Werewolf the Apocalypse game that I'm playing in on High Shelf Gaming on certain Tuesdays, I think our next one is going to be on the 20th? No, the 17th. Yeah, the 17th. That's why I just leveled up and tried to get as much willpower as I could, because it's important. Waluasia was a quaint tourist town, but I had other things in mind. I had a clear goal in mind. The forest was calling me, and I was ready to answer the call. Anya's going with us. So our goal is to find out what's going on in the forest. But we do have a choice here. Do we want to go to the town and try and figure out what's going on there? Or do we want to go straight into the forest? Into the woods without delay. Pursue the goal. Into the woods. It was dark in the woods. Dark, humid, and chilly. Chilly and humid don't go together for me. I'm so used to just being fucking hot and wet everywhere that I've ever spent my life. The leaves didn't let through a lot of the sunlight. Daniel looked at Anya and me over his shoulder. How do you like her? We'd met maybe 20 minutes earlier. I had googled local guides, and he was apparently the best person to go if you wanted to see the forest. So I found him, and here we are. How do you like her? I'm not sure. I'm not sure who he meant, or talk about is he a strange one? Do we get more Daniel lore? Same at hot and wet. That's me all the time. Hot, wet, dang. Get that ASMR. Fuck Donald Trump. He's a strange boy. Daniel is a strange boy. Daniel was a strange guy. Slender but muscular. Not the CrossFit type, it was more the kind of strength you would get from working all day long out in the open. His skin was weather-beaten and bronzed by the sun like tan leather, and he moved in a very deliberate way. But his fingers were slim and delicate, and his eyes were the strangest shade of yellow-green. So, how do you like her? I'm still not sure who you mean. Do you mean the forest? I asked. Polish was a strange language that gave the most unexpected genders to objects and ideas. I mean,
Puszcza.
puszcza. He gestured around us. The words sounded like the wind rustling in the leaves. Puszcza. Puszcza is the right word, not forest. Forests are like fields or orchards. Cultivated. He spat as he said it. And Puszcza, she's older than even the concept of fields. He was using the word as though it was a name. I don't understand this choice because both of them we're looking at the forest. Do we watch the forest or do we watch the forest? This one has the name in it, so we're gonna do that. I looked around with fresh eyes. I felt as though I'd entered a majestic hall where the queens of old had given their rulings. The trees stretched toward the sky like columns holding up the vaulted canopy, which blocked out all but a few rays of sunlight. Gigantic, fallen trunks were decomposing slowly around me, sentenced to death for unknown crimes. Young plants and colorful mushrooms sprouted from them, not knowing that they also would be judged. How would my conscience fare in the trial? Do I love what I saw? Is it kind of alien or is it unsettling? How do we feel about Pushcha? We love that shit. Okay, so because we're going to say that we love the forest, Daniel is more sympathetic toward us, so he's going to be a little bit more open. There should be more places like this, I said earnestly, or more of this place. Daniel lifted his head and looked me right in the eyes. Yes, you're right, he said with a serious expression. Then I remembered why I was there. Do we just tell him, hey, I've been fucking dreaming about this forest and now I'm here? Or do we just be like, hey, so, you know, this forest is cool and all, but like, what if people like start dreaming about it? Is that like normal? Is that like, are we cautious? Do we tell them everything, or just like, let's be a little. Hey, so yeah, we be open with them. All right, we just met this guy. It's fine. There's a special reason I'm interested in the forest, I admitted. I'm not from here, I continued, but I think something secret connects me to this place. I dream about the forest a lot. Daniel stopped abruptly and turned to me, watching me for a while. His nostrils flared as though he was tasting the air. Yes. His face broke into a smile. I think our families might have known each other many winters past. Usha still remembers. Come on, he said. He started walking. I know exactly what you need to see. That piqued my interest. I dreamed a dream of trees gone by. So I was right. There was something hidden in my family's past, and it seemed to have a lot to do with this forest. With every step, I was getting closer to solving the mystery, so I followed him. We have to choose a path, he said. There's the old wolf's den, or I could show you the barrows first, or a clearing that some folks call a place of power. Where do we want to go? Do we want to go to the wolf den? Or do we want to go to the place of power? To the barrows? Ancient graves? Where are we going? Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping, boys? Thought so. Old stories, families divided. We started walking, but after a few steps, he stopped abruptly like he remembered something. Then he turned to me. Could you do me a favor, please? He asked. We like Daniel, right? Like, we trust this guy that we met 5 minutes ago and is acting very, very weird. And like, started sniffing the air and said, yeah, our families know each other, right? That's not any clue as to who or what he might be, right? Yeah, everyone is nice in this story. Sure. Yeah, man, sure. What do you need? I smiled. He ran his hand through the moss on a dead tree trunk, smelled his fingers, and then reached into his pocket. He took out a small stone. Okay, so this is more, how do we think? If we say too small to be a weapon, that's probably like, oh, we think that this guy might actually pull a weapon on us. If it's something personal, we're thinking about him. Or it's just a stone. I guess we're being a little blasé about everything. So How do we think Maya would react? Who are we as Maya? Is it something personal? Something personal. So we get a little inspiring. It looked like one of those stones you treasure as a child and then grow out of, but he looked at the pebble as though it were still a treasure. I would like you to take this stone. He held out his open hand toward me and throw it in the direction you think we should go. Do we just do it? Or do we think about it? I'm getting the sense that we trust him. Okay, I said, reaching for the stone. I took the stone and closed my hand around it. Be careful, whispered Anya. It was just a stone. I was curious, or it felt alive. I get the sense that we're being a little curious about this. It felt alive is probably... I don't know about y'all, but I tend to not go towards the, oh, everything's alive, everything's connected. Oh, I'm going to be open to all this nature stuff. I'm just like, yeah, let's be curious about it and see what happens. But I don't know. What do y'all think? Who is Maya? Who is our girl? I tend to go through skeptic, so like it's just a stone. Curious is good, so curious. It was warm and I felt grounded when I squeezed it. I closed my eyes and thought about the wolf den, trying to imagine that place. I thought about old wolf tracks and the bones of their prey. Then I threw the stone. I felt my hand rising entirely of its own and then throwing the stone as far as I could. It was a good throw. The stone flew in a long arc over the bushes and disappeared without a trace into the dense undergrowth. Great, Daniel sighed. I was asking for that, wasn't I? So do we ask, hey, what was that about? What happened? What was the purpose? What happened? Or, okay. Okay. What happened? I was confused. You were accepted, he answered with a faint smile before he turned it to head deeper into the forest. I really like this art. You can see the little wolf face. The first thing I noticed when we stopped was a pine tree. A pine tree I knew. I remembered it. Small, twisted, crooked, and immensely powerful. Every bend of every branch had a story to tell. It's majestic, I thought suddenly. Months before that, when I decided to come to Poland, I dreamed of that tree. I was sure of it. Just like I was sure that under its roots I'd find a burrow and a few feet away another one. Like two dark eyes staring at me like as I approached. Daniel passed me and approached the tree. He pressed his cheek against the trunk. Hello, he said quietly. Do I say nothing? Was there someone else there? Or hello again? Hello. Dude's just talking to trees in front of me.
Oh, no, wolf job.
Yeah, wolf job. So I realize that my TV currently has me on it. Because I had Word Fangirl casting on the tree on the TV. So let me make that not happen anymore so I don't hear an echo from my living room. Let's go, wolf job. Okay, so Daniel's talking to a tree. Do we act like he's talking to us, or ask if something else there, or are we just like, "Whoa, Daniel, what you doing?" Let's just go with it. I looked around, but we were the only people there, so I remained silent. A sudden gust of wind threw a cloud of dust in my face and into my eyes. This is the den, announced Daniel. It's abandoned, of course, but still worth seeing. Why was it abandoned? Didn't look very impressive. So why was it abandoned is probably going to give us more lore. I figure we probably want to know lore, right? That's why we're here. We want the lore. What happened? I asked. Humans happened. Daniel sighed. He sat under the tree, leaning his back against it. It was a hot spring morning when they found this den. No one knows who the men were, even though it was only one human generation ago. There were 6 cubs here under the roots of this tree. He stopped stuttering. Seemed to enjoy telling the story. Do we like the lore? Also, based off of what I've already said about World of Darkness lore, what do y'all, what's everybody else getting from Daniel? What do y'all think's going on with Daniel? He's obviously a vampire. And I enjoyed listening to it. There was something calming in his voice and the way he talked. His slow gestures and wistful eyes made me feel as though I was with the cubs on that hot spring morning. I don't think they wanted to hurt the wolves, he continued. They probably thought they'd been abandoned. That's why they took the cubs with them. Humans have this instinct that makes you try to befriend anything, everything, especially if it's dangerous. Yep, we're like that. So, this is one of the few times where we can actually spend rage instead of willpower. So do we not disagree? Do we agree with him? Or do we... Something that we need to decide right now. Are we an eco warrior? Because in pretty much all Werewolf the Apocalypse games, the characters are eco warriors or eco terrorists. It's essentially Final Fantasy VII, but with furries. So we're losing a little bit of our rage. Yeah, we are something like that, aren't we? And I smiled. I'm not saying it always works out, but the intention is good, and I believe the men who kidnapped the wolves wanted to do something kind, he continued. Final Fantasy 7, but everyone is Red 13. Actually, I think everyone is Barrett. I would say more, but y'all will just have to wait until an undisclosed amount of time has passed. I have a lot to say about Werewolf the Apocalypse. Anyway, they took them. Out of the 6, 2 lived to see the cold summer that year. The wolf mother used to come to the farm they were at and howl. People went gray if they heard her. I knew that howl. And suddenly I heard that howl. I knew exactly how it sounded, and I felt despair and longing gnawing at my soul. I remembered how the cubs had reacted. How the babies react to their mama. So they whimpered for their mother to leave. It's kind of just like, hey, we fuck with humans now. And I feel like they would howl in response because that's like sort of an instinctual thing. Or they snarled at people. It's kind of just like they if they've been with the humans for a while, I mean, I guess how do we they howled in response sounds natural. That gives us inspiring. I'm inclined to agree with you, the resident expert on wolf culture. I wish. Good logical. I'm gonna tell you a secret about this game. Choices are fucking stupid. All the choices are stupid. Reacting to how these baby wolves in this memory that another person is telling us does not impact the fucking story. There will be choices that actually affect how things go. Like I said, I've played this game once before and I fucked everything up. But I think it was more just on my resource management than how I built up my character in the first couple of acts. Every time she came, we howled. Every time, I remember how the cubs had reacted. Every time she came, we howled back at the closed door, letting her know that we were still alive, that there was hope, that we would grow up to be strong. Maya, are you okay? Anya asked, putting her hand on my shoulder. I feel like we're feeling for the cubs, which is why we remember how they reacted, even though we have nothing to do with these cubs that got kidnapped like years ago. Yes, sometimes we need to not spend things, but sometimes we need to spend rage instead of willpower. I just feel for the cubs. I know little about divided families myself. Oh. Yeah, that usually ended this conversation. Daniel sighed, looking at the tree in the burrow. Oh, fuck. Hainufka. Hainufka. Okay. The cubs that survived were sold to some people in Hainufka. Okay, let me actually see if that's right. I'm using Forvo to check my pronunciation.
Hainufka.
Hainufka. Ha! Got it, bitch. But after a while, both of them ended up back in Blawejka. Oh, wait. Yalowasha with the scientists. They have a station in the national park. One of the wolves, Kazan, was a celebrity of sorts. If you saw any wolf photos from here, they were probably of Kazan. He was even on postcards. We do be doing that though, because like, the wolf that Kylan and Ethan adopted in my name, Diego. You can buy like a whole bunch of postcards of him from the Wolf Conservation Center, of New York. He's a good boy. Are we sympathizing with the mother? Are we saying that humans are bad and they should stop doing stuff, or do we want to focus on Daniel and talk about his story? Can we choose all of them? Sometimes even though we do choose one conversation, the other options do pop up. Sometimes not. It's just like, sometimes the moment just passes, you know? You have a lot to say about one particular thing, but the conversation moves. Mama. You thinking about the mom. Yeah. Like, fuck. Some fucking pink monkeys stole her fucking kids. Yeah, humans are pink monkeys. Well, Polish humans. Well, Eastern white people. White people are pink monkeys. I'm sure that's how wolves view us, right? One of my babies has a lovey named Pink Monkey. I was shook. Like this wolf comes back and sees her kids being taken by some upright pink monkeys. Like, bitch, I'ma kill you. I'll eat your titties and your pussy. And your face and shit. Wonder what happened to the mother. There's something missing from the story. I also felt like she was more important than the story made her out to be. What kind of wolf was she after all that? That's a good observation. She eventually stopped looking for her cubs. She came back to the forest and found new children. There was a slight gust of wind and the tree creaked. I remember that sound from my dreams as well. Sound that made me feel safe. So, we can ask about Kazan because Daniel is friendly to us, which is cool. I feel like we should go for that. Also, apparently, people are popping fireworks, and while typically I would say yes, go off, or while I will say yes, go off tonight, lady is nervous, and I don't like that. Stop fucking popping fireworks. You wanna lay down? Lady's hiding directly behind me. Hey. Hey. You gonna lay down there? What's she gonna do? And what happened later? I felt like I knew Daniel well enough to ask that. Is Kazan still alive? He lived for 8 years in the park. Daniel looked at me with his yellow-green eyes until they let another male wolf into his pen. I held my breath. They fought over the she-wolf, and Kazan lost. Anya looked up from her phone. I've read about that. She sounded upset. They didn't notice he was wounded. It took him 3 days to die. Daniel shrugged. He lived a long life and died fighting. It was good. We fell silent. He looked at the burrows for a long time. This place is my friend, so I try to keep it important and respected. I think it's my mission, you know? Can we relate to that? I'm not sure how you would relate to that. Or is this guy super weird? What you doing? What you doing? Hey. You want to be there? Are you nervous? Sorry. Why don't you come over here? Why don't you come back here? Come back here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Jump up. Jump up. Come on. Come on. Come on, I'll lower this and you can lay with me. Come on. Come on. Good girl. Yeah. He looked, I think I understand. The forest had a way of sending people on missions. Daniel looked at the tree one last time. Goodbye, he said. Do we also say our goodbyes? Yeah, I know it's scary, lady. I know. There's a whole bunch of loud noises and you don't know what it's for. It's for a very good blow to fascism in the United States, lady. I know it's hard for a dog to understand. It's hard for a lot of people to understand too. We will say goodbye to the tree. Goodbye, I repeated. I'm sure Lady would always like treats. And we left. The forest was alive around us, vigilant but not alarmed by our presence. I kept thinking about the stolen cubs. Do we want to go to the place of power next, or the ancient graves? Want some scratches? You want some scratches? You want a treat? Do you want a treat? Ancient grave sounds cool. You want a treat? Alright. Going after some buried secrets. The trail soon disappeared. Sometimes we walked along a barely visible path that made by some animals. Sometimes we followed a stream or a gully. But most of our trek we walked through the dense undergrowth. Daniel looked like he knew the way, but I kept second guessing him. I looked at the moss growing on trees, but it was growing everywhere. The sun was barely noticeable through the dense canopy, and it was on my left-hand side, which meant we were heading north. It was a pleasant walk. So, because Pushka is sympathetic to us, it was a pleasant walk. Pushka is a character. What? What? There was always a path through the brambles, but the ground was even and the branches stayed out of our way. I almost felt like the forest wanted us to find the way. Daniel was a mystery I decided to solve. I watched the efficient and deliberate way Daniel moved, and I tried to guess his background. Why had me become a guide? Do we ask questions or try to guess? Knowing full well our question isn't going to be, are you a werewolf? Because, you know, this is the world of darkness, which is basically like the human world where people don't think that werewolves are a real thing, except in the world of darkness, they are. Where are you from? I asked the obvious question. From around here. He made a vague gesture. Are you a professional guide? That's what I do for a living. He wasn't very talkative. Leave him be, whispered Anya. Okay, we have one willpower. We have one willpower. Do we spend it? I do have to say, whenever I played this before, I went to the town and have not seen any of this. Daniel shows up later, but like I didn't know any of his lore. I did play it a little bit today to test out the stream, and I used the willpower, and I think it's really funny. And then it hit me. Suddenly, it all came together, and I realized what was so unusual about him. The way he moved. It was so natural, so effortless. Not one who spent their childhood sitting all day in school in front of a screen who could move it. No one who'd spent their childhood sitting all day at school or in front of a stream could move that way. Who are you, Daniel? I asked, bewildered. Were you raised by wolves or what? He looked me straight in the eyes, his irises a mesmerizing yellow-green. Yes, I was, he said with a poker face. Then he winked. Anya smiled uneasily. So remember what I said? Whenever a daddy werewolf and a mommy wolf love each other very much, sometimes their kids turn out to be werewolves? That's called a lupus. That's called a lupus werewolf. That's a thing. Sometimes you've heard about wolves that are you've heard about humans that are cursed to assume the form of a wolf, but then there are also wolves that are cursed to assume the form of a human, and honestly, which one is the worst curse? I'm sure it's a metaphor for something. We continued in silence. We've been walking for a while when I noticed that Daniel's steps had become slower. He was also looking around more often and had hunched slightly. Fuck, we're lost. I'm just enjoying the moment. Do we want to spin rage or do we want to get rage? Earn some rage.
Can this monster get it?
Fuck, we're lost. Don't tell me we're lost, I growled. He looked at me hurt. They're tricky to find sometimes, he mumbled. Be quiet for a minute, please. And that's when I felt it. Ash in my mouth, the smell of smoke and wet soil. And a pull. Do I hush him or just, I know where to go. No, we hurt him. Yeah. So the more rage we build up, it's the more we're feeding into this rage. It's weird because I feel like the way the tabletop game treats it, it is an expendable resource. We were mean. It's okay to be a little mean. If anybody will understand us, it is him. The actual wolf in human clothing. Like, I feel like I know where to go. I don't want to hush him because we were already mean. I think I know where to go, I said, surprised. He tilted his head. Okay. Let's check it out. I pointed to the barely visible path to my left, under a dying tree. He followed me, and I followed my feet, knowing exactly where they should go. Under the crooked tree, past the dead tree trunk and the sponge-like mushrooms, across the patch of wet, dark green moss, all the way to a place that didn't look much different than other parts of the forest. Until you noticed the mounds. There was something about the flattened hills that drew my full attention. Do you worry about how the hills might have looked? I could remember, or I felt dizzy. Again, none of these choices make any fucking sense. What do y'all think we should choose? He did not, EJ the Grey.
I'm gonna kill that motherfucker bug.
I just got a text from my dad that he sent a month ago. That's weird. I also just dropped a remote. That's also weird. A memory stirred in my mind. No, it wasn't a memory. It was a feeling anchored in my chest, akin to the taste of ash in my mouth and the smell of smoke. Longing, sadness, resignation. A sense of sacredness. It filled me with a calm excitement, and when I closed my eyes, I saw a fire burning in the darkness. The dead were trapped beneath the stones, their bodies tangled in some roots, some wore... their bodies tangled in the roots. Some wore ancient Roman armor, some rags, some uniforms from the World Wars, some modern camo. Their eyes were clogged with wet clay, but their mouths moved, repeating the stories of their lives. Will you tell them our stories? They asked. Will you remember us? No, their stories were boring. Who lives
John.
Oh, John. Who lives, who dies, who tells your story? Gothy, thank you for the bits. Ethan, thank you for the bits. And AQ, thank you for the bits. I should thank people for the bits, because I forget that the sound alerts cost bits. I had another mission. There was only one story worth telling, the story of the forest. When I opened my eyes, Daniel was watching me. You were somewhere else, he said. You said you had family here? Be nice to Daniel. Be nice to Daniel. Oh, okay. Thank you, AQ, for the bits. Yo, I have to admit, the wine may not be the first thing that I've drunk today. It may have been a week before today. I will fight you. I will fight you, AQ. Yeah, I think we're being open. I heard that my father's family came from here. I nodded. I don't know much about them though, he sighed. I don't think you should be here, he said, tersely. You're not ready. It was something. Or I didn't feel ready. Neither of these particularly are being mean to him, I don't think. It's just, hey, this guy does know something. Honestly, I feel like number 2 is being like a little mean to ourselves. Like, bullshit, I'm not ready. Like, I fucking came here. So AQ, the only reason that your comment is still standing is because I'm only looking at chat through Streamlabs and I cannot time you out. Let's be mean to no one, including ourselves. He knew something. Why? What do you know? I wasn't letting it go. About you, not much. But I know the Pushka. The path is close here. His eyes were worried as he looked at me. And if the Pushka calls to you, it's wise to listen, but it's not wise to get lost in the voices. Come. On the way back, I was lost in my thoughts. The voices in my vision knew what I had to do. It's almost as though it was expected of me. Was this what the forest wanted for me, or do we just discard it? So like, our goal is to figure out what the forest has to do with us. So I think this is what we ask. Daniel said that the Pushka has called me. Was the vision showing me what the forest needed? Do we accept that? Or are we scared? Being scared is a valid decision. Like, let's talk about this for a little bit. Like, this person, Maya, our character, Maya, is getting like visions of the forest and everything, and like being called to like a higher purpose of like protecting this forest and everything. Like, that's fucking terrifying. And she doesn't even know she's a werewolf yet. Like, it's fucking scary. It is okay to be scared about shit like that. fears for the weak. We can accept that though. And honestly, that is so admirable. The reason why I'm going into that also has to do with my Werewolf the Apocalypse character that I play on High Shelf Gaming on Tuesdays once every month. Twitch.tv/highshelfgaming. Because some people are scared in that game. My character might not be scared. My character might be pissed. I smiled. A bigger picture was finally starting to come to life. The Pushka wanted me to inspire others. The walk back was uneventful. I felt a little tired. The shadows on the enormous trees cooled the sweat on my skin. The taste of ash lingered in my mouth. How are things going? We like Daniel. Daniel's good. We like him. It started with the hair on the backs of my hand rising. The air around me seems brighter, lighter. The leaves and the tree trunks turned yellow, and my skin started to prickle. I realized that I couldn't hear anything except for a low buzzing that was filling my ears. I was hot. My bones were vibrating, full of an energy I couldn't contain. I had to do something, snap out of it. Do we pull up Steve from Minecraft and just punch a fucking tree? Do we scream or do we just will it to stop? Yeah, Daniel's cool. The trees are innocent. Punch a tree. Okay, I need a tiebreaker. Scream. Has anybody ever been in a moment where, like, they had so much adrenaline and everything that they just screamed? Screamed or, like, a really loud, like, woo or something like that? Yes. Willing it to stop does not cultivate willpower. I took a deep breath and let out a scream. Not from the top of my lungs, but from the bottom of my stomach. I could feel the sound filling me, replacing this strange buzz, if only for a moment. We have people with us. Are you okay? Anya asked. Don't you hear the buzzing? I looked at her shocked. She frowned. Oh. Okay, I hear something. Hey, is it coming from that clearing? It was indeed. A clearing and a silhouette of a person there. A shadow that moved slowly and deliberately. I approached. The clearing was a plateau between huge boulders. There were double-bunked trees between the rocks and an angular wooden construction that stuck out of the ground like a sore thumb. There was a bike leaning on it, but more importantly, there was a man. And he was moving in the most beautiful, harmonious way I'd ever seen. They stole my fucking character. They stole my fucking Werewolf the Apocalypse character. Bastards. I couldn't stop looking at the way he moved, the way his muscles danced under his tan skin. Okay, it's not my Werewolf the Apocalypse character anymore. I admired the precision, the certainty, the way the man carried himself. I wanted to have that. I wanted to be like him, and I knew I could. The energy that had been filling me earlier took form. It was flowing in rhythm with his steps, with the flow of his hands. The words came out of my mouth seemingly without my knowing. Which were? How? What did you do? He smiled. It's a little bit complicated. He stretched his hand toward me. I'm, Cornell, he said with a hard German accent that I will not be doing. Shouldn't you be on the logging site? Daniel asked him after I introduced myself. I needed to center myself, he answered. The others are still there, don't worry. So, the logging site. Number 1, are they cutting down trees in the forest? Or number 2, center himself here? What if you did a Hart German accent? No. Okay, yeah, let's find out more about that. Wait, logging here? I couldn't believe my ears. He smiled bitterly. Yes, logging here. That's why I needed to calm down. This place is special, Daniel said. Some people call it a place of power. As I told you. And they have good reason to, Cornell added. Look around you. So I looked. There was a clearing filled with light. I could see Cornell's traces, a beautiful pattern on the ground. There was one thing that caught my attention more than anything else. Was it the tower that's spoiling the serenity of the scene? Is the boulders around us that are strange, or fruit trees? What? So we could get some boulder lore, or some lore about the trees. If we get lore about the trees, it'll take away a little bit of our rage. The tower is more about, like, that seems to be a human construction. What are the humans doing to the forest? What are we more interested in? One of that costs an item, so. Tree lore. Are these fruit trees? I asked, not quite believing my eyes. Here? In the middle of the forest? Just noticing them made me feel a little bit more at ease. Yes. Pears and apples. Cornell nodded. People believed this was a place of worship thousands of years ago. Hence the fruit trees, stone circle, and now the tower. And indeed, there's a lot of energy in this place. You felt it, didn't you? It was probably the heat. Or, yeah. So, again, this is more, are we leaning into this a little bit, or are we being a skeptic? What is Maya doing? Commit to the trees. Of course, we're the lore acts. We speak for the trees. Yeah, I felt it, I said without enthusiasm. The pushka is wounded and in pain, and it calls out in rage to anyone who can hear it. Here the call is louder. You see the logging, his eyes darkened. It's slaughter. Anya gasped quietly. Every priceless thing can be destroyed by greed. Logging is illegal, of course, but illegal is sometimes just a way of saying a bit more expensive but still profitable, especially for huge corporations. The forest is hurt. The wound is getting bigger, as is its desperation. Why doesn't anyone know about it? Was it wrong, or what did the forest want me to do? How can we help? What does the forest want me to do? I frowned. I need more time to figure this all out, I murmured. I was sensitive to what was happening here, so maybe I should use that and pay attention. Maybe the answer was hidden somewhere in the forest. Cornell regarded me for a moment with a faint smile. You have a connection with this forest, don't you? You should come to the logging site and meet everyone. Absolutely, Anya said eagerly. Do we trust Cornell? Like, maybe he can help us, or are we suspicious? It sounds like we're into this. Like, based off of what people are saying, it sounds like we're into this. But like, I think we're leaning more into like, let's do this for the let's do this for the forest, not like as a selfish thing. So I'm gonna go with that. It could be the next step, and even if it wasn't, something had to be fucking done about the logging situation. Yeah, I'll come. I smiled. Great. You will understand what you need to do. He jumped suddenly and looked at the wooden tower in the bike I had noticed earlier. The Schwalbe is getting restless, he said. And as Daniel pointed out, I should be on the logging site setting up the protests. Schwalbe? What is a Schwalbe? I asked, confused. He named his bike Swallow, Daniel explained. He loves it very much. Cornell grinned. Oh, I do. Nice meeting you, Maya. I want to get out of here. The moment he disappeared, the buzzing came back. It wasn't as strong as before, but it was there. All I wanted to do was get out of there. We went on through the greenery. The buzzing in my ears slowly decreased, and we made our way back. As we walked through town, Anya nudged me and pointed at a tall, broad-shouldered, freckled guy standing at the bus stop with a lost expression on his face. I remembered his face from the pictures on social media. It was the friend who stood me up earlier. Do we greet him? Like, are we a little upset that he stood us up, or are we glad to see him? I can go either way. Like, both of them are still essentially just like, hey, we're gonna greet him, but like, one of them is just like, are we being a little more introspective about our feelings, or are we just, again, None of the choices in this game make fucking sense. Bartek? I asked to gain his attention. Maya, what are you doing here? He blurted with surprise when he saw me. I'm sure you missed the bus. He started walking and talking. His accent was broad and East European. East European, which I will not be doing. Do we just flood him with questions? Are we thinking more about Anya and Anya's relationship with him, or do we think about him and his relationship with us? Which is, yeah. What are people interested in? Well, Anya likes him. Anya took an immediate liking to him. I could tell. I could always smell romance in the air. We walked along the only street in the village, nearing the center. If you could call it that. Every house had a garden and the air was dense with the fragrance of flowers. Took a deep breath. So, did you find anything linking me to the forest? I asked. Bartek shook his head. Nothing. Absolutely nothing, sorry. He was avoiding my eyes. A trickle of sweat ran down his temple. He was clearly lying to me, but why? Come on, man, I said. You wrote to me that you found something, but he just clammed up. You know what? I think you should drop it. I stopped. Do we unleash all of our charm to try and figure it out? Do we feel hurt about this guy lying to us after, we went to fucking Europe to figure out our connection to this forest? Or are we thinking more about, like, he's scared of something? He's a weenie. He's scared of something. I turned to Bartek and touched his arm. What's eating at you, man? He shrugged and shook his head. You can tell us, Anya added gently. We have one willpower. Is this where we spend it? Yes? No? Maybe so? Possibly? Dumb, if we always spend our willpower, we're going to be railroaded into a lot more situations. I feel Dom's strategy, Dom's energy. Not yet, and do it. I need a tiebreaker. You make a good point. What are you afraid of? I spread my arms. Little old me? Little old me? Look at me. Am I a threat? Well, he brushed his forehead with the back of his hand. I did ask. I started with the old people here. I told them that my friend from the States was looking for a reason, someone to know about the place her family came from. You know the drill. At first, people were very, receptive. I waited for the other to drop. And then I mentioned your name. He shook his head. Where do we want our rage to go? If we lose our temper, we gain more rage. If we calm down, we lose rage. Or we can keep it the same. I'm angry. Bartek. I waited a long time for this conversation. I started losing my temper. Just tell me already. One of the old men here told me to go to hell. The other spat on the ground and his wife crossed herself. For a moment, he looked younger and smaller. And then my own grandmother told me to stop asking. She said something else as well. What? She told me to pray for you. Suddenly, the sweet, golden afternoon wasn't so sweet and golden afterward. I guess these are choices? Y'all. Who was I guess. I looked at Bartek and I saw that the stories he'd heard were clearly strained something between us. He was afraid of me. Who was I? He walked in silence while my mind was in overdrive. People didn't want to talk, and that could mean only one thing. I was on the right track. My pulse quickened and I tensed up like a hound that smelled blood. I was on the right track. I needed to gather my thoughts. It was a long day, a lot had happened, and I was really tired. It's good to meet you in person, I said, but I need to be going. All this traveling and walking through the forest, it was exhausting. I smiled. Sure, where are you staying? It turned out we were going the same way. Of course. We went back to the B&B. The B&B was quaint. I left Anya and Bartek outside. They were lost in a conversation and didn't even notice that I was gone. When I got out of the shower, Anya's back, smiling and a little flustered. What a day, she smiled. So what do you think? I made a quick mental inventory of everything that had happened during the day. So, are we telling her everything or not? Why not? I can't believe they're logging here. I shook my head. Isn't the forest on a UNESCO list or something? Yeah, I know. I want to check out this protest people are talking about. Maybe we should go there tomorrow? Place of Power sure made an impression. I felt the strange energy in the Place of Power. Before we met Cornell, it sort of freaks me out. Cornell seemed cool though, I answered. And he seemed to really understand what you're going through. Daniel's a strange guy. There's something strange about the Forest Guide. I tried to put my finger on it. He acted like he learned how to be human from a book he didn't understand. I know, right? Maybe it's the isolation. It seems he spends most of his time in the forest. I was moved by the story of the wolves. The wolves cubs that were kidnapped and died in captivity. The story stayed with me, you know? She put on my arm. She put on my arm. She put a hand on my arm. Divided families, huh? It's okay, Maya. I was freaked out by the vision of the barrows. Of my arm, woman. Something strange happened when I was visiting the old barrows, I said, and instantly regretting it. Never mind, I was probably just dehydrated. Or drunk. Fuck Donald Trump. I mean, what? Yeah, it was probably it, but you look weird. She laughed nervously. A lot of things today were weird if you think about it. I didn't feel like talking anymore. She laughed nervously. You know what? I'm seriously tired. Let's call it a day, shall we? Soon we were both in our beds ready to sleep. So, because we have high rage, I was tired, sure, but also excited. Excitement that isn't the best for sleep. I laid there for a while thinking about everything that had happened and what might happen next. The wind from the open window lapped over my skin as I watched the silver rectangle painted on the wall by the moonlight. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the tangled branches, the stone Daniel asked me to throw, the leaves. I came here with one question and now I had so many, but I felt like I was getting closer to my answers. I felt that the answers I was looking for were within my reach. I should go and see the logging protests, find Cornell, and make him talk. After a long while, all these thoughts became blurry. They started to turn into pictures, sounds, and colors, and I drifted off. I don't sleep. I need answers. In a big city, old men sit in leather chairs, lazily enjoying their ever-growing wealth. They watch Laoisha on flickering screens. They watch me. I feel the excitement rising deep within my stomach, then throughout my whole body. This is our dream. Who do we see ourselves as in our dream? Are we a weapon, or are we a cub? Whenever we switch to a new chapter, I do need to take a break. After we come back from the break, I will pour myself a new glass, but for now, I'm going to be a heathen. I'm a cub. I'm a wolf cub. Like the ones my grandfather told me about. I will grow, and my fangs will become sharper. I will taste blood. I feel a pull, and I surrender to it. I run toward a clearing. There are piles of fresh corpses of people who died too young, skinned and mutilated. Their loved ones stand around them, grieving, unable to do anything, waiting. And suddenly they are just trees and tree trunks. We howl. We howl, don't we? We awoo. I look at the moon and I howl. The trees are dead and I am the only one left to sing their story. There's a stench of the air like meat rotting in acid, but somehow worse. I see the monstrous army, their mandibles are wearing chainsaws. Their long metal arms are wrapped with black pipes that look like glistening intestines. Their smell is vile. They wait, unmoving. We have full resources. Do we start spending them? Who lives, who dies, how's your story? Yeah. But okay. So I know in the tabletop RPG, spending rage lets you like transform. Like normally you would have to do a skill check to transform, but like you can also just do rage to transform. But like here, it's just like how we react to things. I don't know. Yeah, let's pay our respects to the dead. I go to the dead trees, kneel next to them. Words come to me in a language that I don't remember, but that I know. Words about revenge and death and sacrifice. And then my voice tells me to look at the sky. There between the stars, two shapes circle each other. An old, sad wolf with gray hair and a white weasel. They keep their eyes on me. They keep their eyes on one another as they continue their dance, suspicious, but not hostile. We need to fight the enemy. The awful, rotting stench. I know that much. How can we do that when we don't trust each other? They stop. They look at me in the clearing. Okay. This is interesting. Because we've gotten a little bit more inspiring because of the choices that we made. No, we will not. Okay, we will not do a Twitch sings, but we could sing to them. They stop. They look at me in the clearing. I sing to them in words I don't recognize, but that I understand. They come down to me, and their voice is the voice of the Pushka. We've been calling you, and you finally came. Okay, see you later, EJ. See you later, Ethan. Enjoy your night. I wake up. Okay. So here we are at chapter 2. I need to take a break. Because the champagne is clearly hitting me. But also I need to make room for more champagne. So I will be right back. Take a break. Go away with us for the summer. Let's go upstate. I'm a Yeti now. Indoor, thank you so much for the resub. We're gonna take a break. Enjoy these wonderful tones by Glitch X City. And we will be back in such a short amount of time. Goodbye. Welcome back. Oh yeah, Endor, I have things typed out on my iPad, but I just haven't sent them yet. Whoops. Anyway, welcome back everybody. Lady is over there. I'm just gonna take a moment to once again say, hey, today is Extra Life's day of gaming. I have a link that's being tossed around. I don't have a command for it or everything. I just have it on a timer. But at the end of the stream, we will be rating Open for Adventure, who is doing a like 24-hour Extra Life charity stream. So if you do need to head out or anything, just go show Open for Adventure your support. You will probably be entered into some wonderful prizes if you just like chat in their chat and follow them and everything. They're cool. I think they're cool people. You should check them out anyway. Open for Adventure. They do D&D stuff. It's pretty much all D&D. So yeah, we spent a night in the woods, and now we should figure out what's going on with this logging stuff, right? Like, it's logging going on in the forest. That means clearly we have to do something about that. Oh, y'all, I am so glad the werewolf game that I'm playing in is not about eco warriors. Like, clearly taking care of the environment is very important. Yeah, so if you donate to me at cyberwolf1201.live/tip, and donate to me, I will be doing a big donation myself, and then I will save that receipt and submit that to my company, who does do 100% matching to the Children's Miracle Network. Yeah, that is definitely a thing that I will do. So yeah, if you want to donate and you want me to do something weird, I might do it, because it's for kids, you know? Kids who, well, kids who might be in the hospital because of, you know, a fascist who said that schools had to be open in the middle of a global pandemic. Fuck Donald Trump. Thank you, Dom, for the $20. We will be forwarding that to Extra Life and the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. Or the Children's Miracle Network Hospitals. Something like that. Oh, you did that directly to Extra Life. Okay. Neat. Thank you for your donation to Extra Life. I cannot get my company to match that. Did you? I don't know. I just got... Okay. Hold up. I might be a little too tipsy to actually figure out what you just did. I got a notification saying that I got a Extra Life donation. Okay. I'm sorry, it's confusing. Let's continue with the story. Okay. Okay. You know what? Oh no. This is the last glass of champagne. Okay, cool. No wonder I'm feeling it. The next morning was full of sunshine and birdsong. I could smell the heat of the afternoon building, those long, honey-like hours in late June where the earth isn't tired of its own warmth yet. But it was crisp and pleasant now. I sat on my bed for a moment, letting my feet dangle from it. I wasn't sure how I felt. The weight of the previous day had coiled up somewhere in my chest and felt like a tiny merry-go-round gaining speed. Then I remembered the dream. The clearing, the animals in the night sky, waiting for me. I took a shower, ate something without really paying attention, and without. Anya joined me. We were halfway through the forest when I realized we were walking toward the logging site. And we have no choice, so let's just go to the logging site. I was running all the options over and over in my head, and I didn't really care where I was going. Then I looked up. The sun was shining and the village was far behind me, and I was at the logging site. Anya looked around. So, what's the plan? Stop the logging, figure out the forest, find someone. What we doing? We haven't met these people, but I like this guy a lot. Deadman donated $20. Thank you so much. We'll be forwarding that to the Children's Miracle Network. Thank you, cats. You gotta save the trees. Okay, so we stopped the logging. The plan is stop the logging. That's the plan. The whole plan. Nothing but the plan. We have to stop this logging. I looked around. On my right was the ancient forest. On my left was the freshly torn clearing. Ahead of me, ruining the view, were huge logging machines and a group of people arguing in their shadow. They clearly needed someone to gently nudge them in the right direction. Do we want to look toward the clearing of the forest and the destruction that was caused? Do we want to look at the machines and the corporation behind them? Or do we want to look at everyone and gauge a view of like how people feel about this? What do we need to do? I also really love like this, how it's cut off a little bit. So it says I heart puss. And honestly, same. I heart puss. I mean, I just want to look at the things. I want to look at all the things. We might have to choose one. I heart pussy. Okay. So the last time I played through this, I always felt that the most change could happen through people, so I looked at everyone and tried to gauge their stuff. Do remember that whenever I said I played through this before, I fucked everything up. The trees they cut down. I fucked everyone. No, unfortunately, we couldn't fuck anyone because if I could fuck anyone, we haven't met him yet, but I'd fuck this guy. I love him. He's the best character. I looked around. On my right was the ancient forest. On my left was a freshly torn clearing. Ahead of me, we'd done this. The trees they cut down lay in the middle, thrown together, lifeless, limp, just like in the dream. Surrounding them were the harvesters that killed them, which were the monsters with mandibles and pipes. And people who squabbled with their corpses, the protesters, the reporters, the police, and of course, lockers. The harvesters loomed over the clearing, reeking. And I saw a familiar face among the protesters. Cornell was arguing with a woman with gray dreadlocks. The protesters were clearly conflicted. Okay. This is less of a choice of what we need to do, because what we're going to do is we're going to insert ourselves right into the middle of this. But it's, how do we approach it? Do we insert ourselves saying they need some advice? Do we think about it a little bit, like maybe I could solve the conflict? Like, what's going on here? Or, what's going on here? Do we need to know what it's all about? How quickly do we approach this situation? So that would get us a little bit more inspiring. Curious about the reason for it all, I approached the protesters. One of the police officers, young and nervous, said something I didn't fully understand. We can ignore him, we can smile, or we can let Anya handle it, which we can only get if we're balanced in our rage. It's a secret. We gotta go for it, right? We do trust Anya. Okay, so that will make us sympathetic with the police. That'll make us sympathetic with the police. Anya flashed her best smile and flooded him with Norwegian. He smiled back. "Oh," he said, "you're one of them," and then let us go. And I noticed that someone else joined us. And then I noticed that someone used the commotion to sneak with us past the police. A girl with disheveled, bleached out hair. "Don't worry," she patted the officer on the arm. "It was an awful pickup line anyway." He recoiled. You shouldn't touch me, ma'am." I feel like we smile about this. But what do y'all think? So, you know how Pushka is a forest? You know how Pushka is a character? Who we have a, like, certain rapport with? Every character that we interact with is going to have a rapport. But the police, and later the media, are also people that we'll have a certain rapport with. That this makes us sympathetic with Pat. Who is Pat? I smiled at her, wanting to say something, but I was interrupted. Pat, Cornell called her from the gathering. "Could you come here? I need you to show Olga the chart." She smiled. She sighed, reaching to her backpack and pulled out a tablet. She sighed, reaching to her backpack and talking out a tablet. Okay, so even though I drunkenly corrected the sentence, that's funny. And they're at it again. She murmured under her breath and winked at me. Coming. We went toward the activists. As I walked toward Cornell, I heard more and more of the argument. Okay, you can't, Cornell was saying. Pat stood next to him with her tablet. She looked a bit amused. Do not fucking tell me what I can or can't do, Cornell, the one with the dreadlocks interrupted. I can because they are destroying our mother. I can fight with all the means at my disposal, even if that means burning those harvesters to the ground. Noticed Daniel standing near her. He took a few steps back and went toward the harvesters. Or went toward one of the harvesters. Turned his back on all of us and pissed on the machine. Mother. Daniel? Daniel, why are you peeing on the... Why are you peeing on the... Okay. Damn, Daniel. Olga smirked. Ah, Daniel. You know how to bring the point home. He looked at her, confused. Cornell raised his eyebrows, which is apparently a choice. Burn the harvesters. Cornell asked calmly. In this drought? Olga, are you out of your mind? You know what I mean. We fight them any way we can because this is a fucking war, she spat. He sighed. You've never seen real war and it shows. Oh. The hot guy is Cornell, by the way, apparently. Nobody's shouting at us, and believe me, we wanted to say that way. We need a peaceful protest. Hello, Maya. Could you wait? I'm right in the middle of something. In the middle of something. Normally I would wait for them to finish, but it was important. It took me a minute. Number one, it's been a minute since I played this game last. Number two, I only know the hot guy because of his backstory. I looked at them both. Olga with her fury and passion, Cornell with his cool professional demeanor, and shared without any reservations what I felt about the situation. How do we feel about this? Because we're balanced, we can be like, yeah, it's a fine line to tread. Peaceful wasn't flashing enough. We need to make this big. Or it's not about personal victory, it's whatever we can do to get the forest safe. Well, there's a special option. Yeah. Okay. So Olga becomes cautious to us. Cornell becomes more friendly to us. Yes, love. And somebody else becomes sympathetic. There's a fine line to tread, I said in silence. You don't want the protesters to be painted as terrorists, and you don't want them to be treated as irrelevant or ignored. But I only inflamed the situation. The argument attracted more and more people. Someone old shook their head and moved forward. They had deep wrinkles, a narrow mouth, and the unisex grace of a tired, heroin-preserved rockman. What? That was a sentence. The unisex grace of a tired, heroin-preserved rockman. Okay. Okay. That's what... I guess... Cats? Or, I guess, indoor? Do we like them, or do we think that they're out of place? being heroin preserved and everything. I think that we could do them right. It would be cooler if it was Mega Man. All we need is Werewolf Mega Man to come in and start blasting up the robots, which are these harvesters, which are logging the forest. Let's be nice to people. They had shoulder-length disheveled hair, a clean shave, and eyes highlighted with eyeliner. Bright blue nails, heavy army boots, a red skirt, and a tank top compiled the look. And pins. Lots of pins. All kinds of LGBTQA plus flags, anarchist and pacifist symbols, and I think some German band stripes. I observed them curiously. There's a Beastman in Mega Man. Olga, darling, you know I love you, but Cornell really knows what he's doing. Please trust me on this one. They talked to Olga, but kept glancing at me as if to check how I reacted. Fuck off, Kim. You didn't even trust me enough to come here on your own when I asked you to. There's a woman at Olga's side. Next to Olga, there stood a woman, and she was the most beautiful person I'd ever seen. Even though Cornell was there. Do we check her out or just listen to her? Point taken. She had a perfect hourglass figure. She had a body like an hourglass. It's ticking like a clock. It's a matter of time before they all come now. They thought she was mine. She caught him by the mouth. I waited 8 long months. She finally set him free. I told him I couldn't lie. She was the only one for me. She had a perfect hourglass figure, long braids, and the most stunning cheekbones. Her eyes, slightly slanted, were a weird shade of blue, deep, almost purple. She had a peculiar accent. Kim, you want to teach me about violence? She looked him straight in the eye. About fighting oppression? By the way, Kim uses they, them pronouns. Just because your boss went to, what, 1 mission in Afghanistan? Her Polish was peculiar, kind of mellow. Cornell wins. Lisa, leave Kim alone. He didn't know what to say, and it seemed that the whole discussion would be derailed. Do we want this conversation to continue, or do we want to move along with the plot? 2 weeks and then it caught on fire. She had it out for me, but I wore the biggest smile. Oh, I never meant to break, but I got him where I want him now. Whoa, it was never my intention to break. Just stealing him away from you now. But God, does it feel so good. Because I got him where I want him now. And if you could, then you know you would. Because God, it just feels so good. Hey, guys, the forest, I said. The logging, the protest. Olga unclenched her fist. Cornell looked back at her and chuckled softly. You always punch me. The conversation was over, at least for the time being. Cornell, together with his cronies. I feel like I chose the wrong thing. Did I pick the wrong thing? Did I pick the wrong thing? Guess I didn't mean to. Cornell, together with his cronies, walked toward the reporters while Olga went back to the group of people standing in the shadow of an old oak tree. I looked at the pushka. Maybe. Well, I've had a lot. The clearing full of fell trees was like a gaping, bleeding wound in the chest of a friend. I came here to stop the logging, and after seeing what I'd seen, my resolve only strengthened. My resolve only strengthened. I came here to stop the logging. Yes, just like Olga said. Anya nodded, excited. What they're doing is unforgivable, and we have to fight. I looked at one group, I looked at the other. The harvesters were dripping with black oil, and the forest stood tall, serene, and full of golden light. It looked like it could protect itself. And then I looked at the felled trees. Dead. Limp. Helpless. Okay. I'm be honest. I like Cornell. Cornell is bae. And if we go to Cornell, we get lore. If we go to Olga, we just increase everything. Let's smooch the man. Like, y'all, I am 100% a Cornell stan. Follow your heart. Like, look at the few pixels you can see of this man. Look at him. Is he not an adorable German man? Him. Cornell owed me some explanations. Hey, wait for me! I shouted and ran after him. Hello, Maya, he said. I see you haven't come alone. He reached out his hand. Lore? Lore? What was that? Lore? 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 What was that argument really about back there? I asked. Why do you expect some hidden motives? I couldn't tell if he was amused or suspicious. His eyes were an uncanny shade of gray. But why were they arguing? But seriously, that argument looked personal. I looked back at Olga in our crowd. Her heart is in the right place, but her methods are not optimal. Cornell looked at me in the eyes. I know why you came to Laowasia. I know why you came to... Fuck. What did I click? I need to learn how to pronounce Polish. Oh god. Every time I type in this word, it takes me back to the site's homepage.
Białowieża.
Laowasia. Y'all can hear the site that I'm using, right? This is exactly as funny as I meant for it to be, right? When the forest is under attack, it reaches out and picks someone. This time it picked you, and he seemed to believe it. I looked at him skeptical, but he seemed to believe it. We have the same goal. He looked back at me. Will you help me? I didn't have time to answer. Before I could answer, I heard a commotion and turned around. The reporters were coming our way, but their cameras were switched off and pointed at the ground. Why weren't they filming? Funny, I thought they should be taking photos or filming the protests, but I couldn't remember if they were when I arrived at the site. So, said Cornell. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. The reporter shook his head and grimaced. Sorry, everyone. Can't do anything. We're not allowed to cover what's going on here. What the fuck? What the fuck? You're not... We will not defiate? Is that a word? Deflate. I can read. Okay. In my defense, the screen is very far away from me. What do you mean you're not allowed? Who said so? Everyone was looking at me. It felt weird. The reporter shrugged. The people who can send an officer your way who will kindly ask you to hand over your memory card. Or else. Go figure, girl. We will also not defiate. Or defecate. Although I think Daniel already did that for us. It's a moment of tense silence, and then it all came together. Suddenly I understood the dream. That was the moment I was destined to intervene. Okay. The protest was too quiet. They needed inspiration. Clearly, we had to be the inspiring spark. I just had to make the reporters understand, which is, we empathize with the reporters, or we could still use the reporters, and we do something else. I think. I don't know. What do y'all think? What choice do we make? I've looked at the protesters. Special? No. Do they have a plan? So I feel like every time we lose rage is like us backing off, which I don't think is the proper thing here. They didn't have any real plan. I do want to go a little bit faster. They were a ragtag group thrown together by circumstance without a real plan or clear purpose. I looked around, I put my hand in my pockets and wandered around the journalists. They just needed a little nudge, or the cops are scared. I don't think going high rage is the point here. What do y'all think? I can't wait. I thought this was a 2-hour game and we're 2 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. They were like a ragtag bunch thrown together by circumstance without a real plan or clear purpose. I looked around, put my hand in. Ugh. I've always wanted to be a journalist, you know, I said to the nearest one. The fourth pillar of democracy and all that. But maybe things work differently here in Poland? He looked at me with tired eyes. I winked. He smiled. Unspectacular as it was, I managed to connect. I acted on it? Hey, Finn. Okay, we have enough willpower. We can spend it without... Yeah. Does it always look like this? I asked. I mean, is it an everyday situation you can't report? No, answered one of them. He was tall, in his 30s. There were a few glances about him, almost a flash of warning, but it was too late. Why weren't they phoning? We have more willpower. We do, in fact, have more willpower. Wait, so why are you here at all? Oh, fuck. The press hates us. The press hates us now. Wait, so why are you here at all? I asked. You were sent here to find some dirt on the activists to get something that would compromise the protests. They looked at one another, suddenly unsure of what to say. Then I heard shouts that Olga and her protesters clashed with the police, and the cameramen grabbed their gear and ran toward the action. Remember, we want the aggressive ones, shouted one of the reporters. I could see the logo at the national TV station on his camera. So we were alone. Fuck! Cornell swore and threw his thermal cup at the ground. It bounced, spilling hot coffee everywhere. Someone grabbed me by my shoulder. I turned around and saw Kim. This is when you exit the scene. They turned me around and gently but firmly pushed me away. We'll be in touch, they whispered. When I was on the road to the village and nobody could see me, I stopped and screamed. A startled flock of birds took off from the trees nearby and filled the air with feathers and movement. In the whole commotion, I lost Anya from my sight. I was alone. Or so I thought. Well, you had it coming, a voice behind me said, and I jumped. A woman was looking at me. Did we fuck up? I think so. I don't think we should have made the press go against us, but... yeah. This is exactly how it went in my last run, too. Except I knew who Kim and Olga were, but I didn't know who Daniel was. Because I went to the town first instead of the forest. So I didn't know why Daniel was peeing on a machine until today. And it's, oh, because he was raised by wolves. Because he's a wolf. Like an actual wolf. Do we want to back off our rage now? Or do we want to stay angry? Well, here's the thing. Do I just take the reins and finish this game in an hour and 10 minutes? Because I can absolutely do that. Right. I'm fine, I croaked. My throat hurt. She rummaged in her backpack. Here, she said. I have water if you need some. We walked slowly to the village and we talked. I learned that she was an independent German reporter who'd come here about a month ago. Her name was Erica. So, why are you protesting the logging? She asked after a few minutes of small talk. Honestly, I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on, I admitted. I came here for personal reasons and I've dropped right into the middle of some eco-guerrilla campaign. What the fuck's going on here? She looked at me with renewed interest. Do you know why they're cutting down the trees? She asked back. Because you do know the logging is done by a government company, the state forests. But why? But why are they doing this? I wasn't sure if I understood, but shouldn't the state forest take care that the forest was healthy? Erica reached for a notebook. It all started with spruce bark beetles. Erica looked into her notes and started explaining the whole situation. That year, the beetles' infestation was of catastrophic proportions, and the foresters decided that the only way to stop it and save the rest of the forest was to cut down as many infested trees as fast as possible. Was cutting down the trees necessary? Is cutting down the trees the only way to stop the infestation? I asked, confused. The foresters say that this is the only way, she said. Some biologists argue that they are cutting wrong trees and doing it too late to change anything. Couldn't they just remove the dead trees? Maybe they removed the dead trees, the infestation wouldn't spread. I tried to find a solution. They might do that, but dead trees are what make the forest unique. Erica smiled. There are 20 times more species living on a dead spruce tree than on a live one. Is it legal? I wanted to know. Opinions differ, but such massive logging in a UNESCO listed area might be illegal, Erica answered. Do they have to intervene at all? Couldn't they just leave the Pishka alone and let nature take its course? That's one of the options, Erica admitted, but there's a drought, and no one is sure if the forest would survive on its own. It was infuriating. Why couldn't she just answer my question? Whose side are you on? I don't want to spend my last willpower. Whose side are you on anyway? I asked in a loud voice. I'm just doing my job. Erica shrugged. I describe all aspects of the situation to you, but it's up to you to decide what you want to do. How convenient. She's putting herself in such a convenient position. Unfortunately, I couldn't just pretend that it wasn't my business. At least I was sure that they were cutting down the trees, and that the Pishka needed my help. And who controlled the narrative? Who controls the narrative about the logging? I asked Erica. All the public media explain why it's necessary and legal, she answered. And that's why I want to help the protesters, I explained. They need to be heard. She looked skeptical. You're not the only one feeling helpless, she sighed. But anger makes you see things in black and white. And the truth is always more nuanced than that. I said nothing. I always felt so angry when there was too much to process at once. And everything that happened at the logging site, the heat, the stench of the harvesters, the tension between Olga and Cornell that she could cut with a knife, it almost sent me into some kind of frenzy. What's the matter? She asked. I told her about my anger. I'm so fucking angry at what I saw. I took a deep breath. And I remembered what Cornell had said, all that mystical stuff. And they said that the forest needed my help. Hi, Ginger Benji. I shook my head. It's a lot to take in, and there was that foul smell back there. She looked at me with a weird expression. What smell? She asked. Smells at the point. Of all the things I told you, you asked about a smell? Of. I'm trying to understand what's going on here. She looked at me with a strange expression on her face, as though she wanted to say something and then thought better about it. She looked hurt. I thought you'd been hurt by my outburst. You'll learn in your own time if you stay here long enough, she said, clearly wanting to drop the topic. I'll let it go. I shrugged. Cryptic remarks never did anything for me. The situation was complicated enough as it was. I just hope I didn't make things worse. We walked on in silence. Anya came back soon after me. I lost sight of you, she said apologetically. I'm glad you made it back in one piece. So, how was your day? Anya asked. I did meet a lot of new people. Olga and Kim. Yeah, I met some very interesting people, I said, still excited. Yeah, they look like a colorful bunch, Anya grinned. Maybe you could introduce me later? They sure are passionate. They argue between themselves more than they argue with the loggers, I added. I had a chat with the reporters. A nice chat with one of the reporters, and I learned a thing or two. I heard that you can't trust them. They're fake news. Anya, they're not enemies of the people. Learn better. Anya frowned. No, I already read that. I never said I did. I winked. I learned a lot. Did you know that the government supported the logging even when it was illegal? I shared my dismay. Anya just nodded solemnly. Yeah. I've read about it. Why didn't you tell me? Well, you have a lot going on. She shrugged. Is all I wanted to share. Just another day in Blawisha. We sat for a while in silence. You know, there's more to see here than Blawisha, I said from over her travel guide. Pogorzelce, Broody, Chermiski, Sri. There's something interesting in every village. An open-air museum, some kind of folky university, a bison. I just ripped my headphones out of my microphone, sorry. There we go. Maybe you'd like to see something more than the logging? I mean, I couldn't see everything. It would be great if I could see everything, but I can't. I shrugged. I want to focus on the logging, even if I'm missing something else. And, how's the search for your roots going? Anya couldn't stay silent for long. I shared what I learned. They say that when the forest is in need, it reaches out to people, I said. For some reason, this time it reached out to me. Wow, Anya said, looking impressed. Honestly, I'm not sure what to think, but if you need something, just let me know. I just sat there, looking through the window. The day had been full on, and I was exhausted. I didn't notice when I fell asleep. Awoo! It's quiet now. Yet I know deep inside that something isn't right. Keep walking. I'm walking through the forest to the logging site. It's getting dark. The light sweeps away, as though there are millions of tiny punch holes in the sky, through which it can escape, and then the darkness starts to pour in. I know what I will see. Oh. Okay. So I'm looking at the little symbols that are popping up around here. Those look like tribal symbols. Those look like the tribes from Werewolf the Apocalypse, because each tribe has a specific like rune. I know that this like crossed one that looks kind of like a swastika is the Geta Fenris. And why do I say that it looks kind of like a swastika? We'll find out later. This one that looks like the North Star, kind of. That's for the Stargazers. That's my tribe in the game on High Shelf Gaming. I don't know the rest. It's getting dark. The light seeps away as though there are millions of tiny punch holes in the sky and darkness below them. And I see bodies strewn across the ground, bloodied, maimed, with their limbs torn from destroyed torsos. I can see some of them are still alive, still struggling for air, still trying to live. They are all trees, fallen trees. Still alive, still struggling for air. They're not alone. The monsters are coming. They have long skeletal arms. They are wrapped in glistening black intestines, and each arm has wide gaping mandibles full of wearing blades, because they're, you know, the logging machines. They snap at me blindly, but I'm not alone. My friends stand by my side, their eyes shine in the dark, and they are ready. They are angry. I can feel their rage merge with mine. I don't have to say anything. I lead the charge. With a howl, I lead the charge. We clash with the shapes and start to destroy. We bite off heads and tear off arms. We are the stuff of legend, and then I wake up. I gasped and bolted upright. I was alone. The sun was setting, and the deep red light of the room looked like it was bathed in blood. My pillow was on the ground, and the duvet was torn. Tiny feathers were spilling through the chair. What happened? New chapter. There was no way I was going back to sleep. Since I had arrived in this accursed village, things have been getting more and more peculiar with every passing hour. The last dream freaked me out, and I needed to find answers to all the questions buzzing in my head. I need to talk it over with someone. I need to talk it over with someone I trusted. Cornell. I love Cornell. Cornell is the best. Cornell knew a lot about the forest and spirituality, and he seemed to like me. The sun had just set, and the moon wasn't up yet, so I started walking. The forest loomed on the horizon. The activist camp was somewhere there. I soon ran into Anya. "Oh, Maya. Good to see you," she said. "We need to talk." I was all ears. "I'm worried about you. Since we got here, you've looked distressed," he explained with a sigh. "I've asked around, and it seems you're associating with some dangerous people." "They know something about my forest and my connection to it," I answered. "And I need that information." "And I can use some support." "To be honest, I could really use some support," I sighed. "Would you come with me?" Anya smiled. "Sure, sister." And we walked together. Yes, Cornell. Look at Cornell. Love Cornell. The camp had a different vibe than the logging site protest. We are still going for tree lore, and I support this. The camp had a different vibe than the logging site protest. There were more people here. We looked around, trying to take it all in. "They are coming and coming," Anya laughed, excited. The people in the camp seemed to be quite cheerful. Apparently someone's singing. I heard 3 or 4 girls singing together in a unique Eastern European style called the white voice. It was the most melodic, throaty growling I'd ever heard. And I listened for a moment, which decreases my rage, and I didn't have another choice. People were milling about, setting up camp, cooking, preparing posters. Everyone was busy. I looked around. I desperately needed to talk to someone about what was going on, about what I felt. I need to see Cornell. "Hello," I said as I approached. Cornell smiled at me. Hello? He said. What brings you here? Yeah, that's Cornell. I love Cornell. Cornell's the best. I was confused. Hey, that makes Cornell loyal to us, which is better than friendly. Yeah. I'm confused. Is it really true? I mean, all the stories I've heard connect me to the forest. He looked at me with those uncanny gray eyes. I could feel his attention lock on me. Yes, it's true, he said. And that's why we're here, to stop the government destroying the forest. To show that we don't agree, and that we hope to make a difference. And you have your role to play. Bastardly press. I don't know. Will it work? I asked. I don't know. All I know is that it worked before. It worked with Gandhi. It worked with segregation and apartheid in the end. It worked with communism. So let's see if it works with capitalism as well. Violence is not an option here. He smiled. And I think you know quite well that anger doesn't really get shit done. I need a little bit of rage. I suddenly felt uneasy. I heard that phrase so many times, I said slowly. And you know what? I've seen anger getting shit done. Oh, fuck! We fucked up with Cornell. I've seen anger getting shit done so many times, and maybe it's my turn to use it now. I'll see you around, I guess. I turned around and walked towards the far corner of the camp where Olga was. Olga spotted me right away. Well, hello again. She greeted me. I didn't expect to see you here so soon. Actually, she gave me a long, hard look. I didn't expect to see you again at all. So, what is happening is we don't know about our family, so we went to Poland to go to Europe's primordial forest, which is called the Puszka. And the government is logging in the forest. And so we're meeting up with a lot of activists that are against that, who are probably definitely werewolves. That's what you need to know. Well, hello again. Aren't you just a ray of fucking sunshine? I said with a broad smile. She said nothing, instead just watching me cautiously. What brings you here, kid? She asked after a beat. I was confused. I'm confused, I answered. Is it really true? I mean, Cornell told me strange stories about my past in the forest. There's nothing to be confused about. This is Olga, by the way. She said. She shook her head. It's perfectly clear that the government will destroy this unique forest if someone doesn't stop them, and you have your obligation to fulfill. He broke off and bit her lip. What do you want to do about it? I want to smash things. I want to do something, I said. Anything. I want to feel like I'm doing something that has a meaning, that will change what happens. I feel like I could smash those officers with a hammer. You have a hammer? If the forest wanted something from me, I couldn't just be an observer anymore. She looked at me. Her eyes were a weird color, like deep, dark honey or molasses. I might, she said, but I need your support because Cornell will try to push his own agenda. They all wanted to do something that night, but after a whole day's discussion, they were still divided on what to do. 3 for one option, 3 for the other. I had the deciding vote. Cornell. I love Cornell. Let's go with Cornell. Look at him. Look at him. Love him. I voted for the peaceful protest, and soon we were on our way to the National Park headquarters and the Education Center. We had some banners to install. We're gonna bring Anya because Anya's cool. This is so exciting, Anya whispered. I've never done anything so illegal. Soon we were there, and we get a little bit of willpower. As we were on our way, I realized that we followed the path only because of my vote. I made a difference. The National Park headquarters were located in something called Palace Park. The name was historical. Centuries ago, some king had his hunting lodge there, but now it was a mishmash of old and new buildings scattered around the park. Some were rough and bulky, some of stone and brick, others were an extravaganza of wooden porches, lace like shutters, and meticulously sculpted pillars. There was no one around, but the area was well lit. Look around. Look around, look around. The moon was hidden behind the clouds, and I didn't see any stars in the sky. If you didn't count us, the park seemed really empty, dead even. Suddenly, I remembered the church located next to the Palace Park gate. I could feel its dark silhouette leaning in the darkness, waiting. Are you ready? They spent the whole day. Oh, I had to drink for Hamilton. They spent the whole day painting the sign on a length of material sewn together from what looked like old sheets over various shades of grayish white. Dark green letters declared, "Wood is the enemy of the forest." "Where do we hang it?" asked Daniel, who'd come equipped with climbing gear. Well, if we share our recommendations, why would that not include the church? If we thought that the church was a good idea. Attached to drain pipes there and there, I pointed to 2 corners of the building and Daniel grunted in agreement. "It doesn't matter," I always said, "because hanging the banner is a waste of fucking time." I looked at her, curious about what kind of advice she could offer us. "So what could we do better the next time?" I asked for advice. "We could vote for a plan that has a chance to actually help the forest." Olga rolled her eyes. "It's a great banner, and I'm sure it will look good on the pictures published by a number of independent political blogs." She looked at Cornell. "But it's stuck so deep into the overeducated ecological dispute that the people won't get it and the loggers won't care." Cornell just shook his head and gestured Daniel to continue. Soon the sign was up, screaming our message to all about Asia. Cornell looked at me. "Maya, what do you think?" "We have the willpower, and I want Cornell to like us." I didn't really get this slogan, but I decided to play it cool. "Oh, it's glorious." "I'm glad you think so," he grinned. "I love the wording. Humans let the forest grow so they can take wood from it, but that isn't the purpose of the forest." Finally, we pulled the banner up. "It's an important message." Anya looked up with fire in her eyes. "The world must know." I looked at the sign flying high over the park. I was proud of our work. When we finished, Cornell gathered us together. I was proud of what we accomplished, and I contributed to that. We helped the forest, even if it was only a little. Cornell reached for his bicycle. "Let's go for a trip," he said, "to remind ourselves what we're trying to protect." I just want to point out that it's a full moon. The woods were full of stars. We cycled in silence, enjoying the company of the forest, as it enjoyed ours. After some time, a place of power opened up before us. The boulders looked relaxed. A soft breeze rustled in the trees, welcoming us. I'm sure that's not relevant in any way, right? I want to get a little bit more rage. I was starting to have second thoughts. Something was telling me that this was not a good night to be out in the forest. I felt the energy filling me just like before, but now it was structured, harmonious. Why were we there? "Why are we here?" I asked, looking at Cornell. "Cornell?" He looked at me. He turned to me. But before he can answer, a loud sound tore through the silence. It was a gunshot. Anya gasped, looking around, wide-eyed and terrified. The others tensed up, but they didn't look concerned, just confused. "Who's there?" Cornell shouted. There was a rustle, and I saw a bunch of men in camo, each of them with a rifle, coming toward us between the trees. I watched their angry steps and listened to the murmured curses. Suddenly I noticed Bartek was with them. He winced when he saw me. Their leader weighed us up for a moment and finally focused on Cornell. "This area is closed for the night," the huntsman said in Polish. There's contempt in his voice. "There's a hunt going on and y'all are trespassing. We have police officers here, so I would go home if I were you. Unless you want to get arrested." He was a man used to being listened to, and he tried to sound self-assured, but it takes one to know one, and I knew he was nervous. Now, I know tensions are high. I assessed the situation. There was still a chance we could talk our way out of it reasonably. Step forward. I looked at the hunters. "Maybe we should all go home," I said in Polish. "We're disturbing the forest." My voice was calm and steady. It made the huntsman pause. I turned to them. Calm and composed. I looked at Bartek, but he just turned his eyes away. "You don't tell me what to do, girl," the huntsman barked, and I realized with a shock that he was Bartek's dad. "You hippies go home now, or things will get nasty." Calm him down. We should calm him down. That's gonna make Bartek mad, but you know what? Fuck Bartek. His dad's racist. I think. Maybe. "I'm not telling you what to do. I'm speaking to everyone here," I answered. He hesitated and then shrugged. "This is our forest. We grew up with it and we're not going anywhere. You're the ones who are strangers, so get the fuck out of here." Forest belongs to no one, dude. Forest... That's bullshit. "Forest belongs to no one," I calmly answered. "Well, listen," Olga said, cracking her knuckles, and she launched at him. It escalated quickly. A heartbeat later, a full-blown fight began. I looked at Olga's face, twisted in anger, and I realized there was no other way. No changing anyone's mind. Anya took a step toward the fight, then hesitated. She looked at me. "Do we fight? Do we fight the hunters?" That man is angry. I don't want to fight them. I should fight them. I should not fight them. I'm gonna run away. I ran, my arms shielding my face, my skin slick with sweat, and the darkness thick around me. I was holding Anya's hand as we pushed blindly through the forest. Or through the night. Something was chasing us. We let the shouts and gunshots long behind us, but we couldn't stop. Something was chasing us. Two silhouettes, one lean, the other bulky. I saw them in the corner of my eyes. They leaped forward. At first I thought they were people, but as they leaped, they got longer. Longer, smaller. I couldn't see them clearly. It was dark. Sweat was blinding me, and they were hiding behind the trees. I heard howling and growling, and then I saw there were wolves chasing us. Face the wolves. I stopped in the middle of the path and turned to face the animals. I had no chance of outrunning them anyway. "What are you doing?" whispered Anya. Anya, terrified. I ignored her. I think I wanted to say something, but I was out of breath. I'd heard shots from the clearing, and there were two gigantic wolves hunting me. Overwhelmed, I shrieked at the top of my lungs. The wolves were closing in on me. There was a series of wet cracks like skin breaking, torn from within by muscles that suddenly grew, by bones rapidly getting longer, by fur and teeth and claws. When I dared to look, I saw 2 8-feet tall monsters standing in front of me on the narrow path in the forest. Fuck. I managed to whisper. And then there was only pain. Okay. That's different. I didn't get this path last time. Those were a lot of noises that just happened. The pain was unbearable. Nothing in my life had prepared me for this. Not ready to go. Screamed defiance in the forest, blinded by the blood in my eyes and the searing pain in my stomach. So, last time I played this, I had fought because I was just like, oh fuck, we're all fighting. Might as well fight. I got shot and then I transformed. So, yeah. I screamed defiance in the forest, blinded by the blood in my eyes and searing pain in my shoulder and chest. I knew death was coming for me, but I wasn't ready. The forest didn't care. My story had just begun. I didn't want it to end. The forest caught my fall with a bed of moss and twigs. I stopped thrashing, and a cold numbness engulfed me. I gave up. My eyes were open, and I stared blankly up at the trees. There was a small fragment of the sky visible between the branches. Clouds moved, and there was light. The full moon looked different. The moon was a goddess, and she noticed me. Get up, she said. I got up. I felt good. Hey, guess what? Guess what? Our form changed. We have been seen. I shouldn't, but I don't remember why. I don't care. So before, our form was Hamid. Hamid in the World of Darkness is basically just the human form. Krynos is war form, and it is essentially the hybrid form between wolf and werewolf. So, hey, guess what? We're in Krynos form. Stretch. My muscles are sore and cramped, so I stretch like I've never stretched before. My arms are longer, my legs are longer, my heart is pumping, and I feel like I've spent my whole life packed into a box and I've finally been set free. Full rage. I take a breath and feel my ribs and muscles move. The force smells of blood and fear and excitement. I'm happy. I laugh happily and others' laughter joins me. We laugh and sing to the moon. My mind is clear. My mind is clearer than it's ever been before. I see the world in sharp contrasts of black and white, movement and stillness. I smell prey. I hear language in the hooting of owls, the whistling of the wind, and the snarling of wolves. I am one with the forest. Something stings me. I look around. There's a small, malformed creature pointing a stick at me. The stick blazes with fire and there's another sting. He's shooting me. The creature is no threat to me, but his presence is annoying. Its smell almost sends me reeling. And I don't like being prickled. I am gay. I am homeless. I have AIDS. And I'm new in town. And I push him. I push the creature away and it flies through the air making funny noises. Then it hits a tree and stays there, pinned to a branch, like a butterfly. Whoops! My ears prick and I hear more creatures running blindly through the bushes. I feel better. My legs no longer stings and I feel better than ever before. Maybe it's a dream, I think, as I move silently through the undergrowth. Creatures are running away, their backs turned to me. A growl escapes between my teeth and one of them turns my way. It challenges me. I just look at it. I look at it Okay, so this is the moments where rage is actually like an expenditure, but like all of our choices cause rage. So why are we making a choice at all? I look at it and the creature curls up, showing his face with its paws. It keeps talking, but the noises make no sense. I shut it up. I don't want to spend my willpower. It annoys me, so I swat at it with my hand and it shuts up. Piercing light burns my eyes. I hear more creatures coming my way. They want to hurt me. Well, rip to them. I fight them all. So, I really want to keep some rage and willpower for the next couple of scenes. There's sharp noises and there are sudden flashes and the air smells of fire and singed hair. It hurts. They hurt me. I bite and I punch and I roar. A new smell. I flare my nostrils and there's a new smell. Something's coming. The creatures? No, something else. I see them moving among the trees. Suddenly, I'm surrounded by them. I think I know them. They seem familiar. It's like I met them in the past, but they were hidden. They close in on me. What do they want? I wait. I relax and wait for them, unflinching. They approach me and sniff the air. Their smells are overwhelmingly familiar. Once the people had sounds attached to them, but now I realize the sounds were not their true names. Run with us, they say. And we run. That one was a double special option. It must be good. And we hunt together and there's joy, but there are no words to describe the thrill of being part of a pack and closing in on your prey and tearing it apart. And I get lost chasing something only because it's escaping. I'm alone in the heart of the forest. Roll credits! I look up and see no moon, only clouds and tangled branches. Something changes. Something changed and I realized how tired I was. I stumbled. Darkness. Okay. So, yeah, we went through our first change. The night sky was full of stars. Confused, I opened my eyes. The forest around me was thick and dark. The tree trunks, wrapped tightly in dark leaf ivy, were covered in ripples of lichen where the vines hadn't taken hold. The thorny, leafless bushes at their base were overrun with nettles. The fungi radiated with a ghoulish, sickly green light. Dark, sponge-like mushrooms clung to the fallen trees. Tried to breathe. I took a deep breath and winced. There was a foul smell in the air. Suddenly I realized it wasn't the forest that smelled so foul. It was me. I'm stinky. I looked down and saw my hands covered in a dark substance. I was naked. A sticky, glistening form of liquid was clinging to my skin. I could feel it on my face, in my hair. Blood. Whose blood was this? Had I killed someone? I remember my dream slowly lifted my eyes. Dead bodies were strewn around. There was a severed head right in front of me. The face was contorted, the eyes bulging, the mouth open, the tongue stuck out. It was obscene. I doubled over, retching. I recognized that face. Oh God, I recognized it. It was Anya. Her braids covered with dry blood. I did not kill Anya last time. Anya survived last time. Whoops. Welp. I screamed. No. I let out a long, blood-curdling scream. The night swallowed it. The bushes rustled, And a moment later, I saw Cornell coming out from between the trees. He looked at me, at the head, my face. He came closer and squatted beside me. This is what we were trying to tell you. His gray eyes smiled. See, you're a werewolf. I looked at him. I blinked. Everything faded to black. So, there are 2 chapters left in this game. The next one we will get all the lore, and the last one will be, what do we do with that? Yes, we have spent 3.5 hours becoming a werewolf, and now we get to do the rest of the game, which is like 20 minutes. I have a lot of feelings about this game. The morning smelled of the forest, fur, and strangers. I slowly opened my eyes. The worn space under the low-hanging branches of an old spruce tree was full of other people sleeping. Their muzzles rested on their paws. I went outside. Stepping over the sleeping forms, I made my way outside. Alone, hiding in the tall grass, I sniffed around. The sky was bright and the forest around me was dark and full of interesting smells. High in the trees, bird yelled about status, sex, and violence. Oh, okay. So we're in lupus form right now, which means we're a wolf. Something opened in my mind and memory started flooding back. We run through the night, the bite, the strange dream about being a werewolf. We just stirred in the bushes nearby, a tall, dark silhouette. A strangely familiar smell. I tensed up and watched the human as they looked around. Maya, there you are, they said when they noticed me. It's time to get out of here. I spasmed. Suddenly, a feeling like a cramp or a spasm surged through me and everything changed. My body started resetting itself to the familiar shape and it hurt. Bones broke and fused again. Muscles and sinews moved under my skin. I cried and thrashed. Then, panting and sweaty, I was Hamid again. I hit the ground with my bare ass. Colors exploded and the morning breeze suddenly became cold and I shivered. Confused, I looked at the person approaching me. You look cold. Cornell smirked and threw me a bundle of clothes. You better not change for a while. They won't survive it. Not until you learn the right, at least. So, in Werewolf, yeah, your clothes fucking get destroyed unless you have a specific right that allows you to like bind certain objects to yourself, and like that can be like one outfit or like your phone or whatever, and those will like meld with you whenever you transform, but it's like a magical thing. I guess they're just like throwing that in there. I snatched the bundle and started pulling the clothes on. Sneakers, loose-fitting jeans, a hoodie with a unicorn. They fit perfectly. I thought about the previous night. When I was raging through the forest about how differently I experienced the world through the wolf senses, and about the discomfort and confusion of changing shape. So I was a werewolf. There was no denying it. I was no longer human. There was a murder last night, I said anxiously. What if they found my DNA at the crime scene? We'll take care of that. Human laws aren't as relevant for you anymore. We just stood there for a moment, tense and silent, wondering how one usually learned that there was a werewolf. I asked Cornell about his story. So, I said, how did you become a werewolf? Shit, I thought, what a lame opening. Hello, stranger. Where did you learn to rip people's throats? I was born a werewolf, it seemed, he answered. How did you learn you were a werewolf? I asked again. Oh, that. I was serving in Afghanistan. There was an ambush. Stuff happened. So he appeared blood. So in the world of darkness, every werewolf is a pureblood. Werewolves are only born of other werewolves and kinfolk. Or humans, I guess. Well, when a mommy werewolf loves a daddy human very much, they have kids and they might be werewolves or they might not. When a mommy werewolf and a daddy werewolf love each other very much, they break a whole bunch of tribal laws and everything, and their kids are born with a whole bunch of issues because it's basically incest. Because we had to add eugenics into our lore. That's what White Wolf decided to do with the power that they were given. We had to make this fucking gross. What stuff? Werewolf stuff. He wasn't very forthcoming. They sent me home with PTSD, and once home I got found by others. They needed someone who knew how to fight. Why? I asked. We were the real eco-terrorists back then, and my pack and I, but I realized violence only breeds more violence, and it's not the way I want to follow. Nobody knew about werewolves. It doesn't make any sense. It suddenly struck me. How come nobody knows werewolves exist? We protect the veil, was the answer. It's easy to convince humans that the supernatural doesn't exist. They want to believe that, and the delirium helps. So whenever humans look upon a werewolf, whenever they're in their like hybrid Krenos form, they go crazy. Delirium? You mean delirium as in the medical condition, I asked, remembering something that I've read about acute confusional states. You'll have to ask Pat for that, but the gist of it is humans are incapable of remembering that they saw Krenos. He laughed. They panic, turn away, and instantly forget. Every time. I realized something. Something important. The wolves had awoken. At some point, the rest of the party had awoken and joined us. The clearing was full of wolves. Fuck. The wolves were closing in on me. I saw an opening to escape. If I did, I could figure this all out on my own. I mean, at this point, we gotta accept it. We only have 20 minutes left of the stream. The headless body was heavy. I said that as my first kill, it was my burden. It was my duty to take it to the barrows. I don't want to do this, I said as it slipped from my head again. You have to balance the death you cause with your achievements. Cornell looked at me in the eyes. That is the path of the Garu. He accompanied me, carrying the severed head in the bag. The others stayed behind, covering the tracks. I couldn't believe Anya was dead. I can't believe Anya was dead. We saved her during my first playthrough. She only wanted to help, you know, I said quietly. She was so worried about what's happening here, and it's hard, Cornell admitted, looking at me with sympathy. But we're at war. Death happens. The faster you learn to accept it and honor it, the better the soldier you'll be. I don't want to lose willpower. I kept dragging the body, but the burden was too much to bear. I was tired and hurt, and I just couldn't do it anymore. I looked at the body, and I really wanted to say something, but I choked on my words. I curled up into a ball with my arms around my head. I can't, I said. And then it was the only thing I could say. Louder and louder until it became a shriek. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. Ran outside and kneeled beside me. You're a werewolf. Guy a soldier. There's nothing you can't do. Get up. We have a world to save, and you have an obligation to this forest. I took a deep breath. He was right. I was here for a reason, and I had things to do. So, we can change now. Werewolves in Werewolf the Apocalypse have 5 forms. There's the Hamid, which is the human. There's the Lupus, which is just the regular wolf. If a werewolf is born because a mommy werewolf and a daddy wolf love each other very much, and they pop out a litter, and one of those kids turns out to be a werewolf and is cursed to turn into a human sometimes, which is honestly the worst curse if you ask me. They're considered a Lupus werewolf. If a mommy werewolf and a daddy werewolf love each other very much and do the incest thing, their kids are going to pop out a werewolf 100% of the time. They're always going to pop out in Krenos form, which is a war form, which makes people go crazy if they look at them. Where's the werehog fall? There are other werebeasts. But, you know, the game's called Werewolf, so we're kind of worried about those. If a mommy werewolf and a daddy werewolf love each other very much, Krenos comes out. That's where you stay at until you learn how to change to something else. And apparently it's still less traumatic, even though you're changing into something that's honestly less vicious. But you're sterile. You have birth defects because it's basically incest. A whole bunch of other shit happens. So I have a lore question. The werewolves are the good guys. What are they protecting the world from? Because I see the word worm a lot. Okay. So, in the beginning, there was Gaia. Gaia, the great spirit of the earth, the All-Mother, who created the earth because she was the earth or something like that. I don't know. I'm still very new to werewolf lore. And to govern this earth, she created 3 spirits. One would be, one would create life on earth. The unburdened life of the earth. So the forests, the animals, the everything that was life on earth. And that was called the Wild. W-Y-L-D. The Wild. That was one of these 3 spirits that was set to govern the earth. The second one would be the death of all of that. So, as there is life, so too there must be death. As something begins, it must end. That was the Wyrm. W-Y-R-M. As there is life, so too there must be decay to re-nourish that life. And so there was a balance, right? But then there was a third spirit. That third spirit was called the Weaver, which brought structure to what the wild brought forth. So the Weaver brought structure to life. But also brought forth like civilization. Brought humans into, you know, creatures that would build civilization and everything. But as the wild brought forth life and the Weaver brought forth civilization into like a structure and everything, they didn't want to keep seeing their creations like die and everything. They wanted to like see it preserved forever and everything. So eventually the Weaver trapped the worm, imprisoned the worm, so that life and civilization and everything wouldn't decay. So as millennia passed and this great spirit, the worm, was imprisoned and entrapped and everything and isolated, it went mad and kept thrashing about, reaching out, everything, started making things go crazy. Like it is bringing about the destruction of the world because it's gone on so long without like it being able to like decay anything, bring back order. So what the werewolves are fighting against, if they're the good guys, it is the corruption of the worm because of the madness that the Weaver entrapped on, or caused it. They are Gaia's soldiers, but like they're fighting against a corrupted worm. Who is the bad guy? Is it the worm? Is it the Weaver? Is it Gaia? I don't know. The book says that it's a worm, but I have questions. There are other people who know a lot more about World of Darkness lore and can probably do a much better job of explaining it, but that's what I have so far. Anyway, I'm going into Kranos form so I can carry my dead friend who I killed. Pains me like a wrecking ball. Every bone in my body breaks and moves and resets. I roar in agony. Panting and growling, I rise and rise and rise. I'm an 8-foot tall killing machine. It hurt, but I get more willpower. The change hurts more than I've expected. My bones change shape, my muscles bloom. Nothing can hurt me, nothing can trap me, nothing can defeat me. And I roar. And I feel an enemy tackling me to the ground. No, not Kranos, change back. I changed back. My body reset itself to the familiar shape. Bones broke and fused again. Muscles and sinews moved under my skin. I cried and thrashed. Then I was human again, with keen eyes, nimble fingers, and silver tongue on wolven cheek. Never enter war form unless your life is in danger. I can see why. And I told you that was the last set of clothes we had. You'll have to go back to the village as a wolf. Changed again. Okay. You also have forms in between those, the Glabrezo and the Direwolf. Glabrezo is basically like your teen wolf form, and the Direwolf is the Direwolf. The pain was stronger than I imagined. I felt my muscles drive at the screen. When I rose, panting, sweaty, I was more than human. I was Glabro. Wolf is strong, scary. The world shifted. Not much, but enough. I felt my teeth get sharper and muscles stronger. I picked up the body. It was a lot lighter. We went on. As we made our way through the forest, I realized we weren't alone. Somehow I knew that what I'd see before I even saw it. A white weasel and a dark gray wolf. Ah, my companion smiled. I see you've met our patrons. I remember them from my dream. Yeah, we know each other, I said, remembering my dream. We sort of met the other night. The two animals stopped in front of me in the middle of the path. We came here to teach the cub, said the wolf. She smiled with ash and tears. Was I hallucinating? I couldn't believe what I saw. It made no sense. I felt as if my brain was short-circuiting, trying to interpret signals not meant for human senses. But was it really a wolf? My eyes told me there was a wolf staring at me, but when I looked at it, I felt ash on my tongue. I heard a mourning howl so deep, it reverberated in my bones, and I smelled fire. And when it talked, it was like the rustling of leaves formed words in my mind. But hallucinations or not, they just wouldn't leave me alone. The weasel circled me, and before I knew it, I could feel small claws on my legs, then on my back, and then on my arm. It smelled of musk and electricity. And then it bit my ear. Get off me, I yelled, trying to knock the weasel off my arm. Ooh, a feisty one. I like it, its electronic voice echoed in my head. Enough, the wolf growled. Or at least that's what my brain decided to hear. In the beginning, there was Gaia, aka Mother Earth, and she gave birth to a mighty breed of warriors, the weasel began. It sounded electronical, like a teenager reading a Wikipedia page over a voice chat. They were called Geru, that's werewolves in werewolfish, because it's totally not French. Garu. like the Lugaru, and their sole purpose was to protect Gaia. They failed, wailed the wolf. There was danger everywhere, shrugged the wolf when I looked to her for advice. When time began, Gaia released three primal forces upon the earth. The Weaver, the Wild, and the Worm, the Weasel continued. The Wild was the untamed force of life and creation. The cold, ruthless Weaver gave structure to the world. And the Worm destroyed what needed to be destroyed, creating balance. Were we creatures of the wild? So were werewolves creatures of the wild? I asked, an untamed force of life. They were Gaia's children, the wolf snarled. Born to herd and contain humans. So what went wrong? I can see that something went wrong, I smiled wryly. The Weaver grew too ambitious and trapped the worm within its lifeless web, the weasel answered. Confined and denied, the worm went slowly insane. Now Gaia is dying, choked by the Weaver and eaten alive by the worm, wailed the wolf. And the wild is not the one you should fight, she snarled. You were born to protect it. Then it turned away. The bears looked just as I remembered them, but somehow calmer, warm, and welcoming. Cornell kneeled near one of the mounds, put his hand on it, and whispered a few words. I saw the ground open slowly like a mouth in the earth. I sighed. Let's do this. We took the severed head and body I wrapped up in sheets and put them in the hole. I cursed slowly, and I could swear I heard the trees nearby sigh in anticipation. The wolf howled, and I can hear the hair on my hands rise. Welcome to your new life, the talking white weasel grinned. We have something else to show you. You're a cub, so you have special privileges, said the weasel. Pushka will grant you a vision. You must see to understand, said the wolf. Think carefully before you choose what to see. So this is probably the last thing we'll be able to do before the end of the stream. I will probably not be playing this again. If you would like to play this and figure out what's going on, don't. There's really not a lot left. And what is left is pretty unsatisfying. I just think this is a good like introduction to the world of darkness. If you really want to like dive into like more of this, ask me, and I would love to run a game of Werewolf the Apocalypse. I say that now whenever I've had a bottle of champagne, but even me drunkenly right now is saying, man, the storyteller system is not easy to run. But I would still do it. So as our nice final choice of the stream, I'm gonna hydrate with champagne. Which do we choose? What do we want a vision of? Do we want to know about our family? Do we want to know about what's going on in the forest? Or do we want a vision of the future? Future. Do we want to know our destiny? I'm being a little selfish. I want to talk about this. It was hard to find the bearers, although I knew where they were. When I looked behind me, the path had disappeared. After I stepped on yet another sharp stone, I gave up any false pretenses and let my animal side take over. I turned into a wolf. I doubled down in pain. My arms and leg cracked and twisted. My skull fractured and reset itself into a different shape, with fragments and bones crawling under the skin. My skin was rippling in surrounding fur. I howled in agony. When the pain subsided, I was Lupus, a wolf, seeing the world in smells and sound. I felt the Pushka playing with me, twisting paths, blocking my way with bushes and dead trees, and then suddenly opening a new path that was straight and full of sunshine. But I pushed on. Determined, I pushed on. The forest was different when I was running on four legs. Paths shifted, and what was once a blockade was now an opening. Smells were my guide, more efficient than human eyes. The smell of ash and old blood, bone and wet stones. And then I was there. The barrows. I climbed the nearest hill. When I was at the top, I stumbled on something, a shape in the grass. The skull was watching me from its bleached eye sockets. There's a swirl. It starts deep within me, then it expands. Everything is in motion. There's no center anymore. There's a village in the forest, and there's the howl of a wolf. People stop and look around, frightened. The howl is like a keen. The houses are mere huts. It's almost nothing that protects these people from the forest. Their clothes are rags, their feet are bare, their hair and long beards are unkempt. There are wolf cubs. Then there is blood. Then the howling begins, the mournful, blood-curdling keen of a mother who has lost her children. Watch, whispers the voice in my head. Watch and remember. But I cannot just stand by and watch. I want to act. I weigh everything for and against the humans, and I find them guilty. The forest wakes up, erupts with rage, and powerful furred bodies surge through the trees toward the village. The humans try to escape. They scream and beg for mercy. They try to protect themselves with fire. The Garu rise up, their talons red with blood. Their eyes glaze with fury, and the fire is yanked from the hands of the villagers. Their houses start to burn. The keening turns into a howl of joy. The Garu have my eyes, my face. They are my family. I am the blood of their blood. And I do it again. And then it happens again. The humans return, they rebuild the village, this time stronger and better protected. The king begins once more. Then we, the Garu, come down with them like wolves in the fold. And again, new villages, new fires, more blood. And again. And again. Seasons change, centuries pass. The kingdom continues, villages in the forest burn. Until one day there is only one Garu left in the family. And he slays his own kindred in the fit of his first rage. He escapes across the ocean. He serves in an army. He burns villages in Vietnam and Afghanistan, but it just feels different. He never forgives himself. He tells his granddaughter the stories about the forest, but he never goes back. That's me. I stay there and I watch, but I can't move. My throat burns, my stomach gets in knots. I want to scream, but I have no mouth. I feel the fire. I smell the blood. I smell ash and tears. I see the large ash gray wolf looking straight at me. Her eyes are golden. She weeps. It is what the Pushka wants, she says to me. It is your duty. It is you. Come with me, my child. Be my fang and claws. There's no one else to be my cub. Come to me, child. I will nurse you and I will lick your wounds. We will kill together. We will feast and we will be merry. The forest will grow. No, not really. Werewolves age the same as humans, which is important because, some werewolves are born of, like, wolf families. So, like, they still age, like, they live 100 years, whereas wolves live about 10. But, like, they all age, the same as humans. This is just, like, over decade. This is over, like, generations that this vision is talking about. I looked at her, and perhaps for the first time, I saw her for who she was. Her pelt was marred with fire. Her eyes were smoking embers. Ash was falling from her heaving flanks. She looked old, ancient, seething with anger. She was Cosmo's mother, mourning her stolen cubs, howling in the woods, waiting for a response that never came. But she was more than that. She was also the spirit of the forest, the Pushka herself, wounded, hurt, violated, and mourning her children that the humans had killed. At least that's what I thought when I looked at her. The wolf mother looked at me, and something in her eyes made me realize that she was trying to tell me that the Pushka wanted from me. Join me, she pleaded. Only you can understand me. Only you. I went to her and she accepted me. And I accepted myself. And I finally understood who I was. Darkness fell again and a bloody tide was loosed upon the world. A lone howl pierced the silence like a single ray of moonlight in the darkness. And there was another one, and another, and then another, a choir of voices, triumphant and joyful. When I opened my eyes, I was in a clearing. Around me there were wolves, huge, monstrous wolves, howling at the moon. Hispo. Okay, so Hispo is like Werewolf. The pain was overwhelming. My spine cracked and twisted, and my knees and ankles broke, and I fell on the ground. My jaw shattered and rearranged itself. My whole skin was on fire, ripping its sprouting fur. I howled in agony. When I rose, panting and spitting blood, I was Hispo. With strong paws, mighty jaws, and a mane of fur, more than a wolf, scary and monstrous. Instinctively, I changed and joined the choir. My voice was unsteady at first, but I soon found my own note, a unique addition to the chorus. Well, hello there. Cornell smiled at me, and welcome to the Sept. I just listened. I realized that my survival depended on learning very quickly, so I just nodded and listened. We're a werewolf, the pack is family, Cornell explained, and an alliance of packs united in a common goal is a Sept. So there are 2 packs here. But Cornell. A great gray-eyed wolf changed into Cornell, and soon Pat and Kim joined him. We are the Winter Weasel pack. That's the name. Say Kim. A white shadow settled on Pat's shoulder. I smelled musty and electricity. Looked at Daniel. Hi, Maya, said one of the wolves, changing into Daniel. He looked more real as a wolf, confident and relaxed. Olga and Lisa also stood up, human-looking again, their clothes rumpled. We are the pack of the mourning wolf mother, said Olga. They smelled of ash and tears, and for a moment I saw the wolf spirit among them. We are all Gaia soldiers, said Cornell, in that we have no choice. But we can choose whom we fight alongside. Did I have to join a pack? No. Garu can survive on their own, No Garu can survive on their own, Cornell said with sympathy. Your old human life is over, but we will never abandon you. I have so many questions. Shook my head. Was the percept that diverse? You're from all over Europe, I noticed. Is this like standard for a sept? I didn't even know that that was a stupid question or a smart one. I looked at Cornell. It's far from the standard, but desperate times make strange bedfellows, he said, smiling. Normally, a sept is dominated by one tribe, maybe two. There are at least a dozen tribes, Daniel interrupted, and I hope, Maya, that you will choose yours wisely. How the spirits work? What about the spirits? How does that work? The world casts a shadow, and we call it the Umbra. And in the shadow, every living creature, every emotion and idea, every important object exists as a spirit. That's all you need to know at the moment. The Umbra is important. It's the spirit world that werewolves can go through and come back out of. And that's important to the lore, apparently. It's not important to this game. Why did I hear the moon whispering to me, I asked. Luna gave us Luna is another spirit, by the way. There's Gaia, who's a like big spirit, and then there's Wormweaver and Wild, who are like big spirits, and there's Luna, who's another like big spirit. But then there's all the other spirits. Luna gave us rage, that's why she's important, Olga said. And that's why you'll never be able to touch silver again. And who's winning the war? Just so y'all know, I don't know World of Darkness lore that much. This is everything that I tried to learn really quickly whenever I joined High Shelf Gaming. At the moment, the worm, Cornell said. The word reeked of decay and burning oil. Mother Earth is sick, dying. The planet is crying out in pain. Can you not hear it? And we are doing our best to protect her. So if I got all this right, I've been conscripted into an ancient war against the worm, I said slowly, trying to put it all together. And the moon gave me rage as a weapon, but I must avoid silver. I took a breath. So like, this is a very good way of putting that none of this shit makes any fucking sense. Exactly. Lisa nodded. As for the tribe, there are two people who could mentor you now. Olga is from the Black Furies, an ancient tribe of women warriors. And Cornell is from the Children of Gaia. And he's more of a peace and harmony guy. That's okay, Ginger Benji. Everything was boring. What about my family's tribe? I asked. Lisa winced. Daniel sighed. Olga shook her head. What was the matter? No, go back to go back. What's the matter? I asked again. Your ancestors were from the Get of Fenris, and no one here wants to have anything to do with that tribe. Cornell answered. They stand against everything we believe in. Were they really that bad? They surely aren't that bad, I asked. Are they? Getafenris are the most radical Geru supremacists that ever marred the face of the earth. Kim scoffed. Like, legit fascist werewolves. Some of them literally worked for Hitler. And that's the lore that White Wolf wants to put in their games. And with that... Thanks everybody for stopping by. I don't want to play this anymore. So, actually, let me go back. I actually did some research on this today because I knew this was going to come up. Okay, according to White Wolf lore, which is all written in 1990, so well after all this had passed, and well after anybody should have realized that this was a bad thing to include in your lore. Yes, some of the Get-A-Fenris. Okay, so the Get-A-Fenris is one of the tribes of werewolves. Like, it's a whole like thing. So like, you choose 3 things whenever you make your werewolf character, whether you were born as a wolf or a human, or as a bastard inbreed dual form, your breed. You pick which moon phase you were born on. So like right here, I have a moon phase here as the gibbous moon, which is Galliard, which are the werewolves that like lore. Why did I pick that? And then you pick your tribe, which are like what geographic region you can trace your lineage back to. Get-A-Fenris is one of those. Some of the Get-A-Fenris did work for Hitler. The other parts of the Get-A-Fenris apparently sought them out and killed them because they were fascist. I don't know what this game is trying to say about that in the lore. I just know that it brought that up, and I didn't learn any of this whenever I was reading the rulebook. But I prefer whenever my games don't make me a Nazi. So, yeah. Anyway. Thanks everybody for stopping by. I will, as always, be here to say goodbye to everybody. I'm sorry we didn't finish this game, but honestly, there's not a lot left. Literally, like, we talk about the lore, and then we do something about the forest, which might involve kidnapping a guy. Maybe. I fucked it up whenever I went through it. But like, we have to prove ourselves. If you want more werewolf content that involves me, check out High Shelf Gaming, because High Shelf Gaming is cool. They're real cool. So, yeah, thank you so much, Deadman619, Fenris Lucas, Manti, Ginger Benji, everybody for stopping by. Yeah, it's been a time. We are going to raid open for adventure. Because, Dom, yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. We're gonna raid open for adventure. They're doing their Extra Life super fantastic stream. So show them some love, because they're cool. And, yeah, I will also be donating everything that y'all have sent for Extra Life. Once I figure out how to rate. So yeah, Kyle with me, thank you so much. And yeah, we will see y'all next time, I think with Pokemon, because, you know, that's what people have voted so far in the Discord. But you know, I will wait and vote and count every vote, because every vote matters. And that's why elections work the way they do. Fuck Donald Trump. Goodbye, everybody.